Chapter 726. That's right, I've also heard of it. It seems that someone has obtained it before. That's great. I'm already a half-step, heavenly venerable with 80% of my strength. I'm not far from advancing to the heaven realm. I must find such a treasure. Otherwise, I'll be stuck in the half-step, heavenly venerable realm for the rest of my life. Humph! You people humiliated me in the ruins. After this trip to the true demon imperial palace, my cultivation will improve greatly. Just wait and see. I'm a genius. You people are nothing. Genius my ass. You're just pretentious. Wait until we're inside. I'll kill you first. All sorts of voices rose and fell. It was rare for martial artists to get along peacefully unless they were from the same sect or relatives. Otherwise, there was no conflict of interest. Once there was a conflict of interest, the most direct method would be to determine the winner and loser. The martial artists scrambled to enter the palace while Ling Xiao and the others walked at a leisurely pace. Just as they were about to enter the palace, the sound of killing suddenly came from behind. It was a young girl being chased by someone. That young girl had delicate and pretty looks. She had the majesty of a royal family. One look and one could tell that she was an unapproachable person. However, at this moment, her clothes were tattered, and many parts of her clothes were pierced. However, the areas where her clothes were torn did not hurt her skin. It was enough to show that this person's control of strength was amazing. The young man behind her looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. His cultivation was not considered strong. He was only a half-step, heavenly venerable with 20% of his strength. Even so, he was still able to suppress the young girl in front. Little big sister, why run so fast? Why don't you have some fun with this young master? If this young master is satisfied, then this young master can escort you in the future. The young man had a lewd smile on his face. His eyes stared at the young girl's tattered clothes. He was dressed extravagantly. His clothes were colorful, and he even had a big red flower on his head. One look, and one could tell that he was not a decent person. Young Master Feiyu, my elder brother and senior brother are over there. You still dare to humiliate me. Be careful that you don't keep your life. If you force me into a corner, I'll use a secret scroll to leave. You won't get anything. With just the few of you, what can you do to this young master? Young Master Feiyu sneered disdainfully. He saw Ling Xiao and the others, but he didn't take them seriously. Why would he care about the trash from Yuehua School? Senior brother Ling, I beg you, please help my sister. Zhao Ji hurriedly looked at Ling Xiao and said, Don't worry. Zhao Xi is also a student of Yuehua School. It's only right that I help her, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then, he pointed his finger, and a flying sword flew out from behind him. Young Master Feiyu was still smiling lewdly as he approached Zhao Xi. All of a sudden, he felt a sense of danger. By the time he realized what was going on, his head had already been separated from his body. A sword light pierced through the air and returned to its master's hand. Killing young Master Feiyu was as easy as killing a chicken. Zhao Xi looked in that direction in surprise, looking at the majestic young man. Today, Ling Xiao was even more spirited than before. His long black hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his eyes shone with a wise and domineering light. She was deeply moved. She was moved that she wasn't an idiot to the end. A few months ago, she finally admitted her mistake to Ling Xiao and even received some pointers from Ling Xiao. If it was the previous her, Ling Xiao wouldn't have saved her. The previous her was arrogant and thought that she was a member of the royal family and didn't place anyone in her eyes. Ling Xiao wasn't even worth mentioning. However, reality had taught her what a true powerhouse was and what true power was. Under her watch, Ling Xiao had grown from an unknown outer sect disciple to the all-powerful core disciple he was today. It had only taken him half a year. Let's go together, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He once hated Zhao Xi because this woman couldn't distinguish right from wrong. However, there wasn't any deep hatred between him and Zhao Xi. After Zhao Xi changed, they had some interactions. After all, this princess of Northern Han was Zhao Ji's little sister. Everyone entered the true Devil Imperial Palace together. However, they discovered that the people who had entered earlier were all squeezed into the spacious passageway. At the entrance of the passageway, there was a beautiful crystal-like wall. On the wall, there was actually a moving picture, as if it was alive. These scenes were played repeatedly. They were all scenes of the true Devil Supreme Lord ascending to the throne. Near the wall, a corpse was placed there. It looked like it had been electrocuted, and its death was somewhat miserable. The reason why no one was willing to go over was probably because of this corpse. They're all a bunch of F***king cowards. Watch me. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. It was a half-step Empyrean-level martial artist with 50% of his strength. He was very tall and sturdy, and with a loud shout, he pounced towards the crystal wall. However, in the next moment, a horrifying scene occurred. The moment that person's body touched the crystal wall, his entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His skin was completely charred black, and even his bones were exposed. It was simply too horrible to look at. It was exactly the same as the person who had died before. What the hell? The people who had originally planned to move forward suddenly stopped. This scene was too terrifying, and no one dared to rashly try it. This is a special barrier of the true Devil Imperial Palace. It's called wall painting. The name sounds very nice, right? However, it's something that can kill people. Feng Yaorao walked out and said slowly. As expected of a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, this person was quite knowledgeable. What the hell is this wall painting? How can we get past it? Someone asked anxiously. You're asking me? I don't know, but it's said that the wall painting is arranged with a very complex spirit array. It can easily kill Yin-Yang Realm cultivators, not to mention Heaven Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. Us Transcendents will just be throwing our lives away if we go. Feng Yaorao shrugged her shoulders. Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. If that was the case, then how did those people pass through before? There must be a reason behind it. Thinking of this, he activated his mountain and river martial spirit and began to investigate, hoping to find some clues. At this time, a few more cultivators rushed in from the outside. They were probably the last batch. Look, the entrance outside is closed. Does this mean that only these 300 people passed the test? That's right. The others are either eliminated or dead. The person who said this was definitely someone who was familiar with the situation in the true Devil Forbidden area. Ling Xiao, get out here for father. Suddenly, a voice roared. It was Tangjiu. Ling Xiao naturally knew who he was shouting and asked indifferently, I wonder if Brother Tang has any orders? Orders? Did you kill my brother, Tangqi? Tangjiu asked coldly. His voice was as cold as ice, causing the people nearby to tremble. What a joke, which eye of yours saw it? Ling Xiao asked back. You, come here. Tangjiu directly shouted at a disciple of the Poison King sect. Chapter 727. That person walked over obediently and pointed at Ling Xiao. That's right, Senior Tangjiu. It's Ling Xiao who killed Senior Tangqi. Did you hear that, Ling Xiao? Tangjiu asked. La brother Tangjiu, please calm down. You can't start a conflict just because of one side of the story. The Poison King sect's disciples died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Naturally, the disciples of the Poison King sect would frame Ling Xiao. At this moment, someone actually stood up for Ling Xiao. This surprised Ling Xiao. He didn't seem to have any friends outside. Decepticons? Ling Xiao finally recognized who the other party was. It turned out to be Decepticons from the Beast King Palace. This person was an honest person. Tangjiu snorted and suddenly attacked. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a poisonous dart hit Decepticon's body. This was the result of Decepticon's strong defense and fast reaction. Otherwise, he would have died. This Tangjiu was really overbearing. He didn't allow anyone to speak for Ling Xiao. Brother Ba, thank you for speaking up for justice. This is the antidote from the Tang sect. Take it. I did kill Tangqi. Not only him, but the people around him were also killed by me. Tangjiu, what are you going to do about it? Ling Xiao's antidote was obtained from Tangqi's storage ring. It could cure ordinary poisons. Tangjiu's poisonous dart wasn't a special one, so there was no problem. Oh no, Brother Ling, you're too impulsive. This Tangjiu is so cruel. How could you admit it? Long Chun was so scared that his face turned pale. Tangjiu was too terrifying. Offending such a person was not enough even if he had 10 lives. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Long Chun, don't worry. He can't do anything to me. This Tangju is really cruel and overbearing. Decepticons only spoke out for justice and was almost killed by him. Isn't he afraid of offending the Beast King Palace? Lan Yu couldn't help but say, Senior Sister Lan, this is the law of the jungle. The Tang sect is stronger than the Beast King Palace. Furthermore, the 3 sects of the south seem to have formed an alliance. They might be looking for an opportunity to destroy the Beast King Palace and Yuehua School. Ling Xiao sighed. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you just admit that you killed my elder brother? Tang Jio walked towards Ling Xiao with a gloomy face and questioned. The rest of the Yuehua School students were very nervous. Lan Yu almost made a move. However, Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. That's right, I admit it. What do you think? They tried to kill me, but I killed them in passing. If he wanted to kill you, you should have obediently knelt down and let him kill you. How dare you resist? Tangju said coldly. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, and then kill yourself. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone from Yuehua School. You can try. I guarantee that you'll die earlier than them. Ling Xiao didn't budge an inch. The situation was in a stalemate. No one was willing to give in, so there had to be a winner in the end. It was hard to say what the result would be. Other than the Yuehua School students and Long Chun, the rest of the sects were watching the show. The tyrannical Sky Tiger couldn't bear to see Tangju die, but he had no other choice. The strength that Tangju had just displayed was too terrifying. He was immobilized in a single move and had almost killed him. The tyrannical Sky Tiger didn't dare to provoke such a terrifying person. Junior brother, your cultivation has improved greatly. Why don't you help us? Decepticons looked at Ing Wuya and said. Ing Wuya shook his head. It's best not to provoke trouble that we shouldn't. The Yuehua School's matter has nothing to do with the Beast King Palace. That's right. Senior brother Ing is right. It's not worth offending Tangjiu for the sake of the Yuehua School. Ling Xiao didn't know when to stop and was arrogant. He deserved to die. That's right. Ling Xiao killed many of our people. We should be happy that he's dead. That's right. Even if we want to help, we should help Tangjiu, not Ling Xiao. The few remaining disciples of the Beast King Palace were gloating over their misfortune. The hatred of the Sword King sect was even more obvious. Senior sister, Master said that we should deal with Ling Xiao. It seems like it won't be our turn. Ling Xiao has offended many people. Chunming nodded. Let's wait and see. We can't say for sure until the end. She hated and feared Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking. She couldn't help but be cautious. Of course, if Ling Xiao died, everyone would be happy. She wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. It would also save her a lot of trouble. I think that if Tangju makes a move, Ling Xiao won't be the only one to die in the Yuehua School. Everyone else will be finished as well. Hee. I really want to see Wu Xiang's expression. Wasn't he very arrogant when he was in the Sword King sect? These two factions had a grudge against Ling Xiao. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite with their words. The rest of the people were relatively neutral in their discussion. However, they still didn't think highly of the Yuehua School. This is called being impulsive. He's too ignorant and hasn't seen the world. He thinks that he can be arrogant outside just because he's invincible in his own faction. If Tangju makes a move, Ling Xiao won't be the only one to die. Everyone else will be buried with him. This is the price of being impulsive. Although Tangju is very overbearing and unreasonable, this is the axiom of the mystic world. Whoever is stronger has the right to speak and can decide the life and death of others. The discussion was very loud. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. He had seen this kind of scene many times. It could be said that he was always met with voices of distrust and disbelief. However, every time, he was able to surprise these people who looked down on him. This time was no exception. As long as Tangju dared to make a move, he would make Tangju pay the price. He wasn't confident that he could beat Tangju, but he definitely wouldn't lose either. At most, the two of them would fight to the death. However, he believed that if there was one person who could survive in the end, it would be him. Tangju's attacks were powerful and his hidden weapons were powerful. However, His defense was his weakness. Compared to Tang Jiu, Ling Xiao didn't have any obvious flaws. However, he wasn't mediocre in all aspects. He was very outstanding in all aspects. Ha ha ha, interesting. Very interesting. This is the first time I, Tang Jiu, have seen someone so unyielding in front of me. Since you're not willing to kneel and commit suicide, I'll kill you with my own hands and avenge my brother. Tang Jiu was so angry that he laughed. Buzz. With a loud sound, the phantom of 1,000 hands appeared behind him. Is this your first time? When you met the 6th young master of the sacred dynasty, didn't you act like a grandson? The phantom of a huge demonic sword also appeared behind Ling Xiao's back. Ha ha ha, Tang Jiu, this kid is mocking you. Hurry up and make a move. I'm getting impatient. If you're afraid, let me do it. This kid is heartbroken and can be considered the common enemy of our 3 sections. It's the same if I kill him. Li Yudao laughed heartily. The muscles at the corner of Tang Jiu's mouth twitched violently. He had to make a move now even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. Chapter 728. Both of them have released their martial souls. It seems like they're going to play for real. Ling Xiao's martial soul is not weak either. It will be an exciting battle. Interesting, interesting. Ling Xiao did not have a sword in his hand. However, the evil aura produced by the demon sword seemed to be able to cut through the surrounding bricks and stones. This level of sword aura is really amazing. Many people who looked down on Ling Xiao were stunned. They could not believe what they were seeing. But even so, they still felt that Ling Xiao would lose and die. Look, the wall painting is open. Just when the two of them were about to draw their swords, a voice suddenly rang out. The two of them looked at the wall painting at the same time. In the wall painting that was originally complete, there was actually a door that can be passed through. Ha ha ha, you guys can continue to cause trouble. I'm going to go treasure hunting. Army Breaker laughed heartily and quickly flew through the door. There was no danger, and he flew in unscathed. The martial artists who were still worried about him rushed out when they saw the situation. In an instant, the people who were waiting to watch the show had all left. Only the people from Sword King's sect seemed to be reluctant to leave. They wanted to see Ling Xiao get killed. Senior Lan, you guys go first. I can deal with Tang Jiu alone, Ling Xiao said softly. But can you do it? Lan Yuer was worried. The rest of the people did not want to leave him behind. Go. It's useless for you guys to stay, Ling Xiao said in a heavy tone. No one can leave. You killed my brother. You will die here. Tang Jiu suddenly left Ling Xiao and rushed towards Lan Yuer. Whoosh! A sword light blocked in front of him, forcing him to stop in his tracks. In front of me, Ling Xiao, you can't hurt the people from Yuehua School. Ling Xiao was confident. Let's go. Lan Yuer also realized that if they did not leave, they would only cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Senior brother Ling, take care. Big brother Ling, you must be fine. Several people also walked through the door one after another. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. With them around, it would be a little troublesome because that might become his weakness. But now, there was no problem. Senior brother Tang Jiu, senior brother Li Yudao sent a message from 1,000 miles away. He said that he found a treasure and asked you to hurry over. At this moment, the disciples of the Tang sect also shouted at Tang Jiu. Ling Xiao, remember this, even if you enter, you will still die. I don't have the time to fight with you now. Once I get the treasure, it will be your time to die. You'd better use the secret scroll to escape, or you'll definitely die. Tang Jiu snorted coldly and turned around to leave. This guy was so angry just now. Now, it seemed like he didn't have much feelings for his so-called elder brother Tang Qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to leave so easily. At least in Tang Jiu's heart, the treasure was far more valuable than avenging his elder brother. Tang Jiu left with the people of the Tang sect. Lan Yu, and the others who had already entered the door returned. You guys. Seeing these people, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. At the end of the day, these people still cared about him. Indeed, if you treat people with sincerity, you'll eventually be rewarded. Don't say anything. Who asked us to owe you a favor? To be honest, if Tangju really attacked today, we might not be able to stop him, but we can still create some trouble for him. Lan Yu said with a smile. The others nodded as well. But it's really dangerous. Fortunately, the wall painting suddenly opened. Otherwise, Tangju wouldn't have let it go so easily. Senior brother Ling, what should we do next? Lung Hao asked. At this moment, there was no one outside the door. The people of the Sword King sect also left after the people of the Tang sect left. That's right, big brother Ling. Although Tangju has left now, wouldn't it be a problem if we meet him inside again? Although this person is extremely detestable, he's really too strong. Even if we join forces, we might not be a match for him. Long Chun said, Brother Long, you're overestimating others and underestimating our own strength. Senior brother Ling is much stronger than you think. Zhao Ji was blindly worshipping Ling Xiao. After all, he had watched Ling Xiao rise all the way. Ling Xiao had created too many miracles. He's really strong. Ling Xiao nodded and said, but he's not as scary as you think. To be honest, if someone had to die in the battle just now, it definitely wouldn't be me. After saying that, he lifted his foot and walked towards the door. Let's hurry up and leave. There should be a time limit for this door to be open. It'll close soon. It was true that he could kill Tangjiu, but with his current strength, if he didn't enter his immemorial golden dragon form, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. That was why he didn't chase after Tangjiu. After all, there were more important things to do. The others looked at each other and were a little surprised by Ling Xiao's words. However, since Ling Xiao said so, he definitely wasn't just spouting nonsense. This was because Ling Xiao was never that kind of person. After everyone entered the door for about 2 to 3 minutes, the door completely disappeared. In the silent hall, only the empty sound of the wind was left. Why is the palace filled with water? After entering the door, everyone discovered a strange phenomenon. The inside was completely sealed. It was like a huge and beautiful fish tank. It was filled with water, and there were also some strange rocks and plants. The most peculiar thing was that this wasn't ordinary fresh water. It was seawater from the deep sea. The concentration was much higher than fresh water. Once it entered one's stomach, it would be a big problem. Rumor has it that the true demon's empire is actually the sea tribe that emerged from the bottom of the sea. Although they can live on land, they prefer the deep sea. It's not strange that the palace is like this. Ling Xiao explained. Ling Xiao had confirmed this in the sea near Tianfeng City. It shouldn't be fake. Sea tribe? It was obvious that the others had never heard of the sea tribe. There's really a tribe that lives in the deep sea? Lung Hao couldn't help but ask. Quiet first. I feel that something is wrong. There's a very dangerous aura. Ling Xiao didn't answer Long Hao's question. Instead, he waved his hand and signaled for everyone to keep quiet. Using his mountain river martial soul, Ling Xiao could see further. There was a massacre happening there. The ones who died were martial artists. The ones who attacked were a group of strange crocodiles that were about 7 to 8 meters long. These crocodiles had scales that were as hard as iron. The color of the scales was almost the same as the color of the sea. When they completely merged with the water, it was impossible to distinguish them. Just as he was speaking, there were already some red blood stains floating in the sea. Everyone saw it. Zhao Xi was so excited that she almost drank a mouthful of water. Suddenly, a black shadow pounced at Ling Xiao. Then, it opened its huge teeth and bit at Ling Xiao's body. Chapter 729. The black shadow that suddenly appeared bit towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Its mouth was too big. If it really bit, Ling Xiao's body would definitely be bitten in half. However, this crocodile that was hiding in the dark had already been discovered by Ling Xiao, so it didn't bite Ling Xiao, but a sword that Ling Xiao picked up from the ground. The sword was still intact, and it was a treasure-grade artifact, but it was bitten into pieces by the crocodile in one bite. Die! Ling Xiao suddenly shot out a chi sword from his hand and directly shot it into the crocodile's body. The crocodile struggled a few times, and a large amount of blood flowed out of its mouth before it completely died. It can hide, its external defense is amazing, and its teeth are extremely sharp. In terms of sharpness, it's not inferior to an immortal-grade artifact, but its internal defense is its weakness. Ling Xiao threw away the broken metal in his hand, and then transmitted his voice to the rest of the people to be careful. Senior brother Ling, what is this thing? Lung Hao asked in fear. This is probably a crocodile raised by the true demonic empire. It comes from the deep sea, and its body is huge. It's a ferocious predator. Ling Xiao had always been very studious. Whether it was the Ling family, the latent dragon camp, or the Yuehua school, he had carefully read a large number of books. He had some understanding of these strange things. Looks like senior brother Ling's guess was right. This true demonic empire might really be the Sea Clan from the deep sea. Zhao Ji said, yes, the few of you, come closer. This way, we can better take care of the surrounding situation. The teeth of the crocodiles are too sharp. Ordinary treasure-grade artifacts won't be able to block them. None of us have any immortal-grade defensive artifacts. We can only make the first move. Ling Xiao called out, fortunately, these crocodiles aren't too high level. The one just now was only a level 9 beast, and not a king beast. You should be able to deal with it. Now that they were together, as the young sect leader of the Yuehua school and the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect, he had to do something. In terms of perception and attack power, he was the strongest among them. It was only natural for him to protect his fellow disciples. Everyone followed Ling Xiao's instructions and gathered together, not leaving any gaps in the middle. Then, they continued to move forward at a slower pace. From time to time, the corpses of martial artists or the corpses of man-eating crocodiles would float over. It seemed that those martial artists who came in earlier were at a much greater disadvantage than them. They were relatively lucky. Because they came in late, they encountered fewer underwater man-eating crocodiles. Ling Xiao walked at the front. Whenever they encountered a man-eating crocodile, he would be the first to kill it. This made the people walking behind him feel a sense of security and belonging. Perhaps this was what an eldest senior brother should do. At the same time, some people had already passed through the dangerous crocodile area and reached a safer place. The people from the Sword King sect met up with the people from the Heavenly King sect. Luo Tianyu, did you see that Ling Xiao? It was Chun Ming who spoke. Yes, I saw him. That guy dared to provoke the Holy Sun. Don't let me see him again, or I will kill him. Luo Tianyu sneered. When we came in, only Ling Xiao and the rest of the people from the Yuehua school were left outside. If I'm not wrong, they might come in together. At that time, Brother Luo, you can wait for them to come in and kill them all in one fell swoop. Chun Ming said with a smile. Woman, you are really bold. You want to use me? Luo Tianyu snorted. None of the top 100 martial artists were easy to deal with. Luo Tianyu was ranked 60th. Although he was far from Jian Wuji, he was still an unattainable expert in front of Chen Ming. He was strong and not stupid. He could tell at a glance that Chen Ming wanted to use him, which made him very unhappy. Do you believe that I won't kill everyone from the Sword King sect right now? Brother Luo, why are you so angry? Ling Xiao is our common enemy. If you can kill him, my senior brother will not mistreat you. In addition to the 1 million mid-tier spiritual stones as a reward, my senior brother will also owe you a favor. Chun Ming said with a smile. She was not afraid that Luo Tianyu would refuse. The reason why he was angry was that he wanted to bargain for some benefits. And the benefits she offered were definitely something that Luo Tianyu could not refuse. 1 million mid-tier spiritual stones was already a huge price, not to mention the favor from Jian Wuji. That was the key. To ask Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, to do something for her was something that countless people dreamed of. However, Chun Ming obviously underestimated Luo Tianyu's greed. Luo Tianyu sneered and said, 2 million mid-tier spiritual stones, and Jian Wuji will owe me a favor. Otherwise, forget about it. He did not dare to kill anyone from the Sword King sect. After all, with Jian Wuji's strength, once this matter was exposed, he would definitely die without a burial place. But extorting something was not a problem. Fine, 2 million it is. Chun Ming gritted her teeth and nodded. 2 million mid-tier spiritual stones was the entire annual income of the Sword King sect. Chun Ming's heart was bleeding. However, if she could kill Ling Xiao, not to mention 2 million, even 10 million would be worth it. Ling Xiao had killed so many disciples of the Sword King sect. He should have died long ago. It was a miracle that he was still alive. She did not want this person to continue living. Her master did not want this either. Chen Nanxing wanted Ling Xiao's life, even if he had to go bankrupt. Okay, it's a deal. But you better keep your promise. Otherwise, our Heavenly King sect will destroy your Sword King sect. Luo Tianyu smiled sinisterly and looked behind him. It seemed like someone was coming over. Ling Xiao and the others chased and killed the remaining seabed man-eating crocodiles. Finally, they left the most dangerous area. There was no more seawater in front of them, and it became a magnificent scene. It's all thanks to Senior Brother Ling. Otherwise, I don't know how much danger we would have encountered along the way. Zhao knew very well that if Ling Xiao had not killed the seabed man-eating crocodiles along the way, he would not have made it here. It could be seen from the number of warriors who died in the water. Those were half-step heavenly venerables. Zhao Ji and Zhao Ci were not yet half-step heavenly venerables. Dai Yuling and Long Hao were not there either. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden gust of wind blew toward them. Within the gust of wind, there were a few sharp feathers. It seemed harmless, but it was a real killer move. The number of feathers was exactly the same as the number of people Ling Xiao and the others had. It was obviously an attack targeted at them. Oomph! Ling Xiao snorted and stabbed with the Hell Dragon sword. A huge black-gold chi sword collided with the gust of wind. Rumble! The black-gold chi sword and the gust of wind finally collided. The huge explosion even blew up the corpses in the nearby seawater. Seawater splashed everywhere. Chapter 730. Lan Yu and the others were caught off guard and were sent flying by the shockwave. Lan Yu was fine as her cultivation was the strongest, but her face was slightly pale. The others were not so simple. They were all bleeding from their mouths, trembling, and feeling suffocated. Luo Tianyu. Ling Xiao remembered this person. He was one of the martial artists that Wu Xiang had introduced. He seemed to be from the Heavenly King sect and was good at Qinggong. He was ranked 60th in the last martial arts festival. Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize me. How rare. Luo Tianyu squinted at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, you're quite strong. You can actually block my attack with 50% of my strength. The rest of you are too weak. A good dog doesn't block the way. You stopped us and attacked us. Don't tell me it's just a coincidence." Ling Xiao added another person to his death list. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but if someone wanted to kill him, he would not show mercy regardless of whether he succeeded or not. Luo Tianyu's current strength was not as strong as Tang Jiu and Li Yudao. Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill him without expending too much energy. However, he had to figure out why Luo Tianyu attacked them and whether there was a mastermind behind it. Luo Tianyu shrugged and said, "Of course it's not an accident or a coincidence. There are two reasons why I attacked you. First, His Highness the Holy Sun hates you. Second, someone spent a lot of money to buy your heads. I'm just trying to earn some pocket money." "Who?" Lan Yu asked doubtfully. "Could it be Tangjiu?" "Impossible." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Tangjiu is stronger than this guy. There's no need to spend a lot of money to hire him. If I'm not wrong, it's most likely the Sword King sect." His hatred for the Sword King sect had faded a little, and he did not want to kill them. After all, he had already taken his revenge. But now, the hatred in his heart surged again. He was kind, but not only did they not appreciate it, but they also wanted his life. In that case, the Sword King sect should not continue to exist in this world. Pa. Luo Tianyu clapped his hands and said, "You're really smart. Since you've guessed it, I won't beat around the bush. The Sword King sect gave me 2 million mid-grade spirit stones to take your lives and also made Jian Wuji owe me a favor. If you can give me more, I'll help you kill them." This guy was really shameless. He didn't have any professional ethics at all. Even if he was an assassin, he had to keep his employer's secret. This guy wasn't an assassin, so he didn't even bother to keep it a secret. It really is the Sword King sect. What a huge sum. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, we can't afford it. Ling Xiao was a little envious. Since you can't afford it, I can only take action. However, I don't want to kill too many people. How about this? If any of you can kill Ling Xiao, I will spare your life. Consider it a chance. Luo Tianyu said with a smile. This person was really vicious. Not only did he want to kill Ling Xiao, but he also deliberately created conflict so that Ling Xiao could die with grievances, as expected of the Holy Sun's dog. However, his vicious trick didn't have any effect in the end. No one would attack Ling Xiao. Let's not talk about their feelings for Ling Xiao. In terms of strength, no one else was a match for Ling Xiao. If they attacked Ling Xiao, they would die faster. Idiot! Idiot! Ling Xiao looked at Luo Tianyu and said, Dog, what are you talking about? Forget it. Just because of what you said, it's useless even if you kneel down and beg for mercy. You must die. Luo Tianyu didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to scold him. Ling Xiao said indifferently, You're the one who deserves to die. Luo Tianyu's face was gloomy. He said ferociously, You're lucky to have escaped from Tangjiu. How dare you come and make a fuss in front of me? Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll break every bone in your body and make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. About a few hundred meters away, Chen Ming and Ao Chu were hiding behind a wall, spying on the situation. As for Jin Feng, he was nowhere to be seen. He probably didn't want to be in the same boat as these two. Senior sister, this Luo Tianyu is so strong. He can definitely kill Ling Xiao easily. But aren't we giving him too much? Ao Chu was a little uncomfortable. If he were given all 2 million mid-grade spiritual stones, it would be enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Chun Ming shook her head and said, No, the spiritual stones are a small matter. Luo Tianyu ranked 60th in the last martial arts festival. He's a half-step, heavenly venerable with 70% of his strength. Because of his outstanding movement technique, it's easy for him to kill martial artists of the same level. I'm not worried about whether he can kill Ling Xiao. I'm worried about whether Ling Xiao can inflict serious damage on him. What do you mean? Ao Chu didn't quite understand Chun Ming's thoughts. You said it yourself. 2 million mid-grade spiritual stones is not a small amount. How can I be willing to give it to Luo Tianyu? Chun Ming said coldly, I understand, senior sister. You mean to wait until they're both injured, then we'll reap the benefits. We'll kill Luo Tianyu and frame Ling Xiao, right? Ao Chu instantly understood. Yes, that's what I mean. Ling Xiao must die. Luo Tianyu must die. Anyone who dares to threaten our Sword King sect must die. Chun Ming revealed a ferocious expression. Senior sister, you're so smart and ruthless. Ao Chu sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he was a disciple of the Sword King sect. Otherwise, he didn't know how Qin Ming would have schemed against him. While Ao Chu had his own plans, the battle had already begun. Since he knew who sent Luo Tianyu, Ling Xiao didn't need to waste any more time. The overflow rain sword appeared in his hand. He stirred the seawater behind him and condensed a huge sword with seawater attached to it. The sword flashed, and a terrifying sword chi rushed towards Luo Tianyu. At that moment, Luo Tianyu felt as if he was standing on a mountain of blades. There were sharp auras everywhere, causing his hair to stand on end. Then, he heard Ling Zhao's voice. Luo Tianyu, as a disciple of the Heavenly King sect, you originally had a bright future ahead of you. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have attacked us. From the moment you attacked us, you were destined to become a dead dog, slumbering in the true devil-forbidden area, forever forgotten by people. Ling Xiao didn't plan to show mercy once he attacked. After being in the seawater for so long, he finally comprehended the second move of the Shadow Sword technique. It was just the right time to test its power on Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu wasn't as good as Tangjiu. As a test subject, he was the most suitable. The overflow rain sword had become huge because of the seawater. Ling Xiao could no longer hold it with both hands. However, his body was gradually changing. Chapter 731. The phantom of the evil beast demon appeared behind Ling Xiao. His body seemed to be covered in a layer of armor of the man-eating crocodile. His entire body became enormous. He was at least 6 or 7 meters tall and exuded an evil aura. When Ling Xiao fought, he always used his martial skills according to the actual situation. The evil beast demon king martial spirit was used at the right time. Shadow sword technique, thousand waves of raging sea. Ling Xiao, who had transformed into a giant monster, waved the huge, overflow rain sword in his hand. Then, the sword chi turned into layers of giant waves that slapped toward Luo Tianyu. These huge waves were incomparably sharp. When they came into contact with the nearby buildings, they could easily cut the buildings in half. Monster! Luo Tianyu was experienced and knowledgeable, but he was still shocked by Ling Xiao's transformation. That ferocious and cold transformation, that huge longsword, and that surging murderous aura. He was completely intimidated by this scene. Wasn't his opponent a half-step celestial master with 20% of his strength? How did he suddenly become so strong? What was going on? After a moment of shock, he channeled his vital essence and his body suddenly emitted a white light. Behind him, the shadow of another white skylark appeared. The skylark martial soul. No wonder he was so fast. Flying cloud strike. Luo Tianyu suddenly accelerated. His body seemed to have turned into a skylark as he crashed into the layers of sword chi at an extremely fast speed. Bang, 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 bang. Luo Tianyu kept retreating. His body was already stained with dark red blood. He was injured. Although it wasn't very serious, he couldn't accept being stabbed by Ling Xiao's sword. Bastard! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Luo Tianyu was furious. His full-strength attack couldn't even block one of Luo Tianyu's sword techniques. This was simply a great humiliation. If news of this spread, Luo Tianyu wouldn't be able to live anymore. His flying cloud strike came from the Heavenly King sect. It was one of the moves of the flying cloud kick, a top-tier gold martial art. He did not believe that a mere core disciple of the Yuehua sect would be able to learn better martial arts than him. In his rage, Luo Tianyu completely lost his mind. His body began to spin continuously on the spot. A gust of wind blew, and his body became faster and faster. Boom! Flying cloud perishing strike. Luo Tianyu believed that his defense was much stronger than Ling Xiao's, since he was a half-step, heavenly venerable one with 70% of his strength. Therefore, he planned to use this most terrifying attack to kill Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao died, the rest of the people would not be able to do anything. When Luo Tianyu flew toward Ling Xiao, his whole body seemed to have turned into a white light. Along with the surrounding rubble and iron, he shot toward Ling Xiao. Even the air seemed to condense into a terrifying sharp blade, wanting to pierce through Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao stood there with a calm face. His eyes were fixed on the overflow rain sword in his hand, as if he didn't care about Luo Tianyu's attack at all. And that was the truth. At this moment, Ling Xiao was considering the effects of this attack. The power is not bad. Without incorporating the power of celestial phenomenon and willpower, it was able to force back Luo Tianyu, who was a half-step, heavenly venerable one with 70% of his strength. It is indeed a good move. Next, let's try incorporating the power of celestial phenomenon. Wind celestial phenomenon. Raging waves of 1,000 layers. A gust of wind blew, and the waves became even stronger. The 1,000-layer waves were formed by the 13 sword soul doppelgangers. Wave after wave, they produced powerful attacks of the water element. Combined with wind celestial phenomenon, the power of the waves was increased by at least 40%. Unlike the murderous aura of the advent of the sword demon, the effect of the raging waves of 1,000 layers was more durable. The longer it was used, the more terrifying the power would be. One was a powerful killing move that could kill instantly. The other was a long-lasting move that could be unleashed slowly. However, both were very powerful. It was hard to say which was stronger, but the key was when to use it. The waves of sword chi were even more ferocious. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of waves crashing against the shore was endless. Although Luo Tianyu's moves were ferocious, he could not get close to Ling Xiao at all. As soon as he got close, he was sent flying by a wave. Then, another wave followed. He did not even have the chance to get up. What kind of terrifying sword technique is this? How can it be so powerful and last for so long? It is much more terrifying than before. Luo Tianyu was inexplicably shocked. He thought that 2 million mid-grade spirit stones would be easy to earn, but now it seemed that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. A wave of sword chi smashed into Luo Tianyu's left shoulder. A huge wound appeared on his left arm, and blood flowed out. Flying feather body. Luo Tianyu was anxious. He stopped attacking Ling Xiao and used all his true essence to defend himself. The skylark behind him flickered and suddenly became huge. Then, a pair of wings completely covered Luo Tianyu. Even though the sword chi kept coming, they were all blocked by the feathers, unable to cause any damage. Not good. Luo Tianyu's defensive technique should be a jade-grade entry-level martial art. Its defense is too strong. Junior brother Ling is in trouble. Lan Yu's vision was higher. While the others were still puzzled, she had already seen through the martial art that her opponent was using. Hearing Lan Yu's words, Dai Yuling, Long Hao, and the others were a little anxious. At this time, Chen Ming and Ao Chu, who were behind the wall, were also stunned. Senior sister, how did Ling Xiao become so powerful? Although he won against the Decepticons, it was not easy. The Decepticons were not worth mentioning in front of Luo Tianyu. What's going on now? Ao Chu could not believe his eyes. Chun Ming was also inexplicably shocked. This Ling Xiao, I'm afraid that he hid his strength back then. Or maybe he has improved too quickly during this period. Fortunately, we did not attack him ourselves. Otherwise, we would not be able to face such a terrifying sword technique. We would both die. Yes, Ao Chu felt the same. But don't worry too much. Luo Tianyu's defensive technique is a jade-grade entry-level martial art of the Heavenly King sect. No matter how strong Ling Xiao's attack is, it is impossible to break it. After a long time, Ling Xiao will inevitably exhaust his true essence. He will definitely suffer a great loss. Chun Ming smiled. Yes, Luo Tianyu's defense is so strong, and his cultivation is obviously much higher than Ling Xiao's. In terms of endurance, Luo Tianyu is definitely stronger than Ling Xiao. In this battle, Ling Xiao is doomed. Ao Chu nodded, showing a gratified expression. Clang, 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 clang. The waves kept slapping on the wings wrapped around Luo Tianyu, splashing out countless sparks. It looked like beautiful fireworks. However, no matter how fierce the waves of sword chi attacked, the wings were as immovable as a mountain. There was no sign of damage at all. There was not even a trace of damage on it. Chapter 732. If he couldn't break through Luo Tianyu's defense, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Everyone could see that. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, I admit that I've underestimated you. Your attack is indeed incomparably powerful and shocking. But so what? You can't break through my defense. You can't defeat my jade-grade entry-level defensive martial skill. So you can't injure me. Ha ha ha. When you're almost exhausted, it'll be your time to die. Luo Tianyu laughed excitedly. He had been at a disadvantage in the previous exchanges, which he couldn't accept. Now that he finally had some advantage with his jade-grade entry-level defensive martial art, he felt that victory was in his grasp. This defensive martial art was performed with his martial soul, so others couldn't use it. Otherwise, even in the Heavenly King sect, there would be a group of people fighting to learn it. Many people knew that his movement skill was fast, but only those who were familiar with him knew that his defense was more terrifying than his movement skill. The Heavenly King sect was a gathering of stars and geniuses. His overall strength couldn't be ranked in the top 30, but his defense could be ranked in the top 10. Except for the core disciples of the Heavenly King sect, no one could hurt him. The 10 core disciples of the Heavenly King sect were ranked in the top 20 in the last martial arts festival. What was Ling Xiao? He was nothing. Ling Xiao looked at Luo Tianyu indifferently and began to slowly integrate the destructive will into his moves. Luo Tianyu didn't notice it. Luo Tianyu was like a turtle hiding in its shell. He believed that his shell's defense was so strong that it could block Ling Xiao's attack. He didn't dare to poke his head out because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would take the opportunity to give him a fatal blow. He was now in a perfect defense, waiting for Ling Xiao to be exhausted. Then, he could win. Although he was a little aggrieved now, he would be able to ruthlessly break Ling Xiao's neck later and use it to vent his displeasure. Thinking about it, this feeling was actually quite good. Lan Yu, and the others didn't have Luo Tianyu's terrifying defense. Just the true essence fluctuations that radiated out were enough to seriously injure them. Therefore, they had no choice but to retreat far away. They were already several hundred meters away from the battle between the two. Then, they relied on the extraordinary eyesight of a martial artist to observe the battle. Senior Brother Ling is really amazing. It's been a quarter of an hour, but he's still able to keep attacking. He's even able to tie with Luo Tianyu, who was ranked 60th in the last martial arts festival. No, he has the upper hand, Zhao Ji said excitedly. He was really happy because as long as one of the students from Yuehua School could enter the top 100, it would be a record-breaking. Ling Zhao's current strength should be more than enough to rank in the top 100. Don't be too optimistic. The situation is extremely disadvantageous for junior brother Ling. Lan Yu frowned. Disadvantageous? How is it disadvantageous? Isn't senior brother Ling very calm? Zhao Ji was quite puzzled, and so was Long Hao. Lan Yu said in a deep voice, "You should know that the half-step celestial master realm is the process of accumulating strength and true essence. At the same time, 9 martial veins are cultivated into one celestial vein. The gap between them is ultimately the gap between their true essences. Junior brother Ling is only a half-step celestial master with 20% of his strength. His total true essence is incomparable to Luo Tianyu with 70% of his strength. The gap is too big. The gap between each level is at least double. 5 levels means more than 5 times." No wonder senior sister Lan was so worried just now. Now it seems that it's true. Long Hao also showed a worried expression. "You worry too much." At this time, Dai Yuling said with a smile, "If Luo Tianyu intends to compete with junior brother Ling in terms of endurance, then he's really picked the wrong person. In the end, he may not even know how he died." "What do you mean?" Dai Yuling's words were even more confusing. Junior brother Ling's total true essence is probably more than the celestial being realm experts in the one-line sky realm. A half-step celestial master with 70% of his strength is nothing. If Luo Tianyu wants to defeat junior brother Ling in a short time, it's a smart move. If he wants to stall for time, he can only die miserably. After all, Dai Yuling came to the Yuehua School with Ling Xiao from the latent dragon camp. She knew Ling Xiao far better than the others. However, Lan Yu, and the others were still skeptical about her words. Was Ling Xiao's true essence really that strong? Behind the wall hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, Chun Ming showed a satisfied smile. Finally, it's finally over. After a period of time, Ling Xiao would become an ice-cold corpse, and his explosion before death will also seriously injure Luo Tianyu. At that time, we can go and pick up the scraps. Ao Chu naturally understood Chun Ming's meaning. Those who could become core disciples were generally not stupid. Hee, senior sister, you're right. Ling Xiao is new to Jianghu and doesn't know what fighting is. Ling Xiao is just attacking blindly. He doesn't know that the more he attacks, the closer he is to death. This stupid method will only speed up his time in hell. Chun Ming nodded and said, "That's right. You keep an eye on those people from the Yuehua School. I'll deal with Lan Yu. You kill the rest." "No problem, senior sister. I can handle those good-for-nothings," Ao Chu said excitedly. Crack. Suddenly, a sound rang out. This sound attracted the attention of Chun Ming, Ao Chu, and Lan Yu. "What happened? Look, the wing is cracked." Zhao Ji had the black-winged rock martial soul, so his eyes were very sharp. He immediately saw the crack in Luo Tianyu's wing. Impossible. Luo Tianyu was the first to bear the brunt. Naturally, he also felt the pain of his wing cracking. "Nothing is impossible." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Your defense is really strong. It consumed 30% of my destructive will to create a crack. But that's all. A small hole could destroy a 1,000-mile dike. Even if it was just a crack, it meant that the perfect defense had been broken." Ling Xiao suddenly increased the input of true essence, and an even more violent wave hit the wing. Crack. It broke. The pure white wing defense was completely shattered. The terrifying sword chi penetrated the wing and pierced Luo Tianyu's body, which was so weak that it had no true essence left. Puff. Luo Tianyu's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of thick blood. There were even fragments of his internal organs in the blood. He had used all of his true essence on the defensive martial arts he had learned before. He even withdrew his protective true essence. He absolutely didn't believe that his defense could be broken. But now, the cruel reality told him that his defense was broken and his life was at stake. Stop! Luo Tianyu suddenly shouted. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly King sect, and an inner disciple. If you kill me, the Heavenly King sect will hunt you down until you die. Chapter 733. Luo Tianyu's threat was nothing more than a last-ditch effort. Without the strength to fight against Ling Xiao, he used his sect to pressure Ling Xiao. The Heavenly King sect was the leader of the 12 sects and the only one that could be considered a ninth-rate sect. If Ling Xiao dared to kill him, the Heavenly King sect would definitely go after the Yuehua school. They would even be willing to massacre the Yuehua school. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, the Heavenly King sect is really strong. I am indeed a little afraid. That's right. If you are afraid, then stop attacking. Your every move will not only involve yourself, but also the entire Yuehua school. You better think carefully. Luo Tianyu was overjoyed when he saw that Ling Xiao had stopped attacking. Although he was trying to persuade and warn Ling Xiao, he was thinking viciously in his heart, Humph, you have offended me today. In the future, I will kill the Yuehua school and kill everyone in the Yuehua school. Idiot. It's useless even if you let me go. Ha 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 ha. The wild laughter in his heart came to an abrupt end. He found that his body was beginning to fall apart as if it had been cut by countless sword auras. Not a single part of his body was intact. Idiot, I have offended the Holy Sun. Why would I be afraid to kill you? Besides, the Heavenly King sect will not let me go even if I don't kill you. Ling Xiao had been aware of this for a long time. From the day he offended the Holy Sun, he knew very well that there would be an irreconcilable hatred between him and the Heavenly King sect. Unless the sect leader of the Heavenly King sect was a wise man who would not go against him for the Holy Sun. But obviously, that was not very likely. Ha ha ha, Senior Brother Ling is too strong. You have killed the 60th person in the martial arts festival. Zhao Ji burst out laughing in the midst of his shock. But I am afraid that Senior Brother Ling will not have peace from now on. Luo Tianyu is an inner disciple of the Heavenly King sect. The Heavenly King sect will not let this go easily. Zhao Ci said worriedly, it doesn't matter. If I don't kill him, the result will be the same. I might as well kill him and have a good time. What's more, my feud with the Heavenly King sect is with the Holy Sun. Compared to the Holy Sun, this Luo Tianyu is just a piece of trash. Ling Xiao waved his hand, not minding it. If a martial artist wasn't being hunted down, then he must be a mediocre person. Ling Xiao liked this kind of pressure. Under this kind of pressure, he could grow faster. What Junior Brother Ling said is right. The world of martial artists is like this. If you don't kill him, he will definitely kill you in the future. If you kill him first, you might be fine. Lan Yu nodded. Behind the wall, Chen Ming and Ao Chu were terrified. How is that possible? How could this be? How could Ling Xiao kill Luo Tianyu? How could he have that kind of ability? Ao Chu kept repeating the same sentence. Calm down. Although there was an accident, Ling Xiao killed Luo Tianyu. He definitely won't survive. The people of the Heavenly King sect won't let him go. Once we get out, we will tell the people of the Heavenly King sect what happened here. Chun Ming was calmer than Ao Chu. Although she was also terrified, she could still maintain some rationality and knew what to do next. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to defeat Luo Tianyu. Moreover, he dared to kill Luo Tianyu even though he knew that Luo Tianyu was a disciple of the Heavenly King sect. This was too ruthless. Yes, senior sister, you're right. This Ling Xiao is finished. He's completely finished. His life is ruined. He won't have the chance to rise again. Ao Chu suddenly came to a realization and revealed a trembling and excited expression. He was afraid and excited at the same time. Hee, what are you whispering about? Do you want me to join in? Suddenly, a devilish voice sounded beside Qin Ming and Ao Chu. Qin Ming instantly used a secret scroll and escaped. This woman was really decisive. However, Ao Chu was one step too slow. Ling Zhao's sword pierced his throat. He didn't even have time to breathe before he died. Oh no, I didn't expect Chun Ming to be so decisive. Humph, forget it. Anyway, this matter can't be hidden. If she wants to complain, then let her. Our Yuehua school can use the Heavenly King sect to establish our prestige. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Chun Ming's escape didn't bother him at all. Instead, it made him excited. This was a complete lunatic. Junior brother Ling, what should we do now? If Chun Ming really tells the Heavenly King sect about what happened here, with their usual style, they will definitely find fault with us, right? Lan Yu frowned and asked. Now is the critical period of the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival. Killing each other in the preliminaries is tacitly agreed. The Heavenly King sect won't make too big of a move. There may be some local conflicts, but with the Moon Maiden and Senior Brother Wu, there won't be any trouble. Ling Xiao analyzed. The key is after the martial arts festival. At that time, the Heavenly King sect will be free to deal with our Yuehua school. But at that time, there may be other changes. Forget it. Anyway, it's useless for us to worry. It's better to work hard to improve our strength. Once a big battle occurs, we can play a key role. Lan Yu listened to Ling Zhao's analysis and agreed. Senior brother Ling, how do you know that the two guys from the Sword King sect are hiding nearby? They are 400 or 500 meters away. You were so focused on the battle just now. How can you multitask? Long Hao was interested in something else. It's nothing. I've been able to multitask for a long time. I'm just more skilled at it now. And look, what is this? There was a black and white moth in Ling Zhao's hand. Yin-yang moth. By the way, when I first came here, I noticed those two people. I just wanted to see what they were up to, so I didn't say anything. Ling Xiao smiled. Yin-yang moth requires an extremely strong soul force to control. Senior brother Ling, your soul force should be very strong, right? Long Hao asked again. Little brat, why do you have so many questions? Back then, you entered the sect together with junior brother Ling. Furthermore, you were hailed as one of the two great geniuses alongside Ming Tian. Now that junior brother Ling has surpassed you by so much, you should be more concerned about yourself instead of him. Lan Yu reminded, Senior sister Lan, how can I compare with senior brother Ling? He is a miracle creator. I can't. Long Hao smiled bitterly. Okay, let's not talk about this. We have wasted a lot of time here. I guess the others have gone far away. Let's hurry up and catch up with them. Ling Xiao saw that Long Hao was in a difficult position and changed the topic. Let's go. Everyone continued to move forward. After walking for more than 1,000 meters, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. I seem to have encountered a big guy, he said and released the yin-yang moth. A moment later, the yin-yang moth sent a series of images. 700 to 800 meters ahead, there was an undying soul blocking the way. This undying soul was condensed from the souls of many martial artists who died here in the past. If one killed it, they would be able to obtain a large amount of martial arts inheritance and martial soul inheritance. Chapter 735. Peacock Plume, Myriad of Colors. Suddenly, the shadow of 1,000 hands appeared behind Tang Jia. Then, the strange peacock plume in his hand stretched out, and colorful lights shot toward Ling Xiao. The peacock plume was one of the top 10 hidden weapons of the Tang sect. It was very powerful. If used together with the corresponding True Yuan, it was really unstoppable. 9 Meridians Qi Sword. Rising Sun Sword Radiance. Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. Instead, he waved his hands. The sun rose above his head, and then countless golden sword radiances pierced through the air. The sharp and blinding sword radiances made the onlookers exclaim. Pa 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 pa! The sound of True Yuan colliding rang out continuously. Ling Zhao's Qi sword radiance was as many as the peacock plume's light. Moreover, the power of the two was actually on par. They kept colliding and exploding in the air. In the end, both of them disappeared. This kid actually broke Tang Jia's peacock plume? What's going on? Could it be that he wasn't bragging? Is he really that strong? Bragging? I've heard a little about Ling Xiao recently. It's said that he single-handedly defeated almost all the inner disciples of the Sword King sect. He's not easy to deal with. That's right. Did you guys notice that there's a trace of destructive intent in his chi sword? If it was stronger, Tangjio would have been the one at a disadvantage. Moreover, his attack just now was more than 20% of a half-step, heavenly venerable. He's definitely hiding his true cultivation. When did such a monster appear in the Yuehua school? Even the arrogant contestants from the previous martial arts festival were shocked by Ling Zhao's performance. Tang Jie's expression became even more ferocious. He looked like a demon from hell. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. This person could not be left alive. Otherwise, he would become a bigger problem in the future. Therefore, he had to be killed. Fortunately, he was now stronger than Ling Xiao, so he still had a chance. Ling Xiao, you've hidden your strength well. If I let you live, you'll be a disaster in the future. Therefore, you must die today. Tangjio shouted coldly as the peacock plume in his hand shone even brighter. Previously, he had only used 70% of his strength, and he thought that he could easily kill Ling Xiao. Now, he was prepared to use 90% of his strength. He did not believe that he could not kill the other party. The peacock plume shined brightly, causing wind to howl and dust to fly. The sharp aura scared many martial artists away from Tangjio. Even the undying soul, who was hiding on the throne far away, glanced over. The undying soul didn't seem to take the initiative to attack unless the martial artists entered a certain range. It was as if it was guarding something. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as the overflow rain sword and purple lightning sword appeared in his hands at the same time. Lightning flashed on his left hand, and the will of destruction continued to rise. Red light surrounded his right hand, and the slaughter will grew stronger rapidly. Against Tangjio, he planned to finish him off with a single strike so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Everyone, stop! All of a sudden, Yan Liehua and Yiqianxue appeared in the middle of the crowd and shouted at the same time. Yan Liehua was ranked 51st, a disciple of the profound fire sect, which was ranked 3rd among the 12 sections. Yiqianxue was ranked 55th, and he was the number 1 disciple of the Heavenly King sect. The fact that the two of them had intervened to stop him attracted everyone's attention. What's the meaning of this? Tangjio asked coldly. Towards these two people, he was also somewhat afraid. Of course, it was only a slight fear, and not a fear. However, he had to consider that if he continued to attack, it might become a 1 versus 3 situation. Now is not the time for internal strife. You should know that even if you want to kill Ling Xiao, it's not something that can be done in a short time. Let's deal with the undying soul first. Yiqianxue explained. That's right, Brother Tang. You should know what's more important, right? After dealing with the undying soul, if you want to kill Ling Xiao, we won't stop you. Yan Liehua also advised. Tangjio, listen to them. I'll join forces with you to deal with that kid later. Although Li Yudao was bloodthirsty, he seemed to have a brain at the crucial moment. Tangjio didn't retract his aura, but he felt that their words made sense. If he joined forces with Li Yudao later, it would be a piece of cake to get rid of Ling Xiao. But now, Yiqianxue was right. Even if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he would suffer great losses. It wouldn't be worth it. All right, I'll give you some face. I'll deal with him later, Tangjio said as he slowly retracted his true yuan. However, at this moment, 2 rays of sword light shot out. How dare you? Stop! Yan Liehua and Yiqianxue wanted to stop it, but it was useless. The 2 rays of sword light were too fast. It was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Tangjio's body was split into 4, and blood splattered all over the ground. You don't believe me when I say you're an idiot. Do you think I'm a dead fish on the chopping board? Do you think you can kill me whenever you want? Stop if you don't want to kill me? Ling Xiao held 2 swords in his hands. Blood was still dripping from the blades. He looked coldly at the dead Tangjio and said, "From the moment you attacked me, you should have known that there was no way for us to be amicable. How dare you retract your true yuan in the middle of a battle? If you don't die, who will?" Everyone was dumbfounded. They even felt that their minds were in a mess. What was this? Tangjio wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he was killed by Ling Xiao first? Ling Xiao was just like the rumors said. He didn't want to lose out at all. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Ye Qinxue was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Yin Liehua was also very unhappy. You're the ones courting death. Ling Xiao said indifferently, didn't anyone tell you not to interfere when others are in a life-and-death battle? Ye Qinxue couldn't take it anymore. He was an inner disciple of Sky King Gate, a half-step heavenly venerable with 80% of his strength. His words were ignored like a fart. This feeling was too unbearable. What about me? Are all of you from Sky King Gate so arrogant? That holy son is like that, and so are you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. In fact, Ye Qinxue was the one he despised the most. Ye Qinxue was an expert in soul secret techniques, but Ling Xiao could feel that Ye Qinshue's soul secret techniques were too weak compared to his own. He could kill Ye Qinxue in an instant. Damn it! Ye Qinxue was about to attack, but was stopped by Yin Liehua. This kid is strange. Don't be in a hurry to attack. Yin Liehua looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, you killed Tangjiu, causing us to lose a powerful combatant. Without the dead soul, none of us will be able to enter. What do you say about this? This guy really knew how to flatter others. He instantly turned Ling Xiao into a target. However, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, do people from Profound Fire sect like to flatter others so much? Fine, since that's the case, all of you stand aside. Leave this dead soul to me. As for the benefits, I'm a generous person. Everyone will get a share. Chapter 736. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't want to take all the benefits, but he didn't want to offend everyone. Moreover, he didn't have the possibility to take all the benefits. Since it was like this, why not do them a favor? You? It's not that I don't believe you. So many of us besieged the undying soul, but we still couldn't get rid of it. Can you do it alone? Yin Liehua frowned. What if I can do it? Ling Xiao asked. If you can do it, I will let bygones be bygones. Yin Liehua said. Good, then I'll let you widen your knowledge. To deal with this kind of special creature, you can't act recklessly. You need a certain method. Ling Xiao smiled and called Long Hao, Dai Yuling, and the others to come and help. Under his command, everyone set up soul-breaking array around the undying soul. This array didn't have any other effect except for one thing. It could greatly increase the damage to the soul. Then, Ling Xiao asked everyone to step back. He took a deep breath and the phantom of the black divine dragon appeared behind him. After the soul-breaking array's support, the terrifying destruction will hit the undying soul. The undead soul was originally formed by the condensation of many departed souls. Ling Xiao seized the weakest point of the condensation and used the destruction will to attack. Ah! A strange cry resounded. On the undying soul's soul armor, many human-shaped souls appeared. They began to struggle desperately to break free. Ling Xiao increased the amount of soul power he poured in, and the will of mountains and rivers also merged in. The destruction will's ultimate pursuit was to destroy everything. As for the mountain river will, it was a powerful pressure, a will that was above everything else. After the mountain river will intervened, the undying soul's main will was suppressed. The rest of the souls finally began to break free. 1, 2, 3. The huge soul disintegrated in a moment, and a large number of souls fled. At this time, the onlooking warriors also took action. They caught those souls and began to absorb them. Lan Yu, and the others naturally began to fight under Ling Xiao's signal. Naturally, Ling Xiao captured one of the strongest souls, which was the undying soul's main body. This main body was actually a servant girl beside the true Devil Great Emperor in the past. She couldn't be any more insignificant, but now, she was above all the warriors present. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's strong ability to suppress the soul, it would be impossible to subdue it, devour, transform, absorb. The whole process was completed by the mountain river martial spirit, Wang. With the end of all this, the true essence in Ling Xiao's body also produced a strong fluctuation. His cultivation had once again broken through. Half-step Empyrean. His power continued to grow slower and slower. This was inevitable because the higher he went, the more power he would need. However, after this breakthrough, There was no need for him to be afraid of a few half-step, heavenly venerate martialists who had 80% of their power. Sure enough, coming to the true devil forbidden area was the right choice. The harvest was simply too great. His cultivation, which had been stagnant before, had made great progress. Previously, he killed Tangjiu because Tangjiu was careless. At that time, he and Tangjiu were at most separated. He had a bigger advantage, but it wasn't a sure win. But now, he was confident that he had an 80% chance of winning. The others had also improved, but except for the few from the Yuehua school who hadn't reached the half-step Empyrean realm, the others hadn't broken through. Now, Dai Yuling, Long Hao, and Zhao Ji were all half-step Empyreans. Among them, Dai Yuling and Long Hao were half-step Empyreans with 20% of their strength. Zhao Ji was half-step Empyrean with 10% of his strength. Even Zhao Ci, who was the weakest, had reached the Transcendent Realm level 9. She was only one step away from becoming a half-step Empyrean. This was all thanks to the inheritance power they had absorbed. It was just that their foundation wasn't stable enough, so Ling Xiao reminded them to leave immediately if they encountered any danger. Otherwise, if they died, it would be meaningless no matter how big the harvest was. Clang. When the undying soul died, a wall behind the throne actually opened up. There really is a secret. Everyone, hurry up and grab the treasures. Hurry up, it'll be gone if we're late. Someone shouted a few times, and then a group of people rushed out. These people are really too much. They didn't even thank Senior Brother Ling. If it weren't for Senior Brother Ling, they wouldn't have been able to get such a big benefit. Zhao Ji said unhappily, "All right, don't bother about these small things. Almost everyone has gone in, so let's go in too. Remember what I told you. Don't force yourself. There are some things that you don't have to joke about with your life." Ling Xiao reminded. Yes, everyone was now full of admiration for Ling Xiao. How could they not listen to Ling Xiao's words? To them, Ling Xiao was simply a bright beacon. Wow, the spirit energy here is so abundant. It's much better than a mid-grade spirit stone. Moreover, there are no side effects. Just as he entered the wall, Long Hao exclaimed, "I have a feeling that if I can cultivate here for a while, my cultivation will continue to improve." That's right. Moreover, this spirit energy is very similar to the true essence in our body. It doesn't even take much time to condense. This is simply a holy land for cultivation. Zhao Ji said excitedly, "Be careful, the situation is not right." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a strange inscription on the ground began to flicker. Everyone who was originally together was transferred to a completely different place. This should be the secret cultivation place of the former True Devil Empire. Ling Xiao speculated. His conjecture was basically correct. In the past, the True Devil Emperor and the 9 Great Devil Kings cultivated here. This place could show different scenes according to each person's cultivation. It was simply mysterious. Although he was worried about the safety of Lan Yu, and the others, there was nothing he could do. Everyone had their own fortune. He couldn't change anything. It was better to cultivate in peace. Just as he was about to continue moving forward, he suddenly saw a black mist on the road in front of him. This mist continued to condense. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a human figure. Is this a soldier of the True Devil Empire? But how can he be so strong? Ling Xiao had seen the general situation of the True Devil Empire from the murals and some remaining information in the True Devil Palace. This kind of person with a small trident on his chest was a soldier. The soldiers were also divided into 5 ranks. Between each rank, there would be a different degree of strength. 2 swords were sergeants. 3 swords were sergeants. 4 swords were warrant officers. 5 swords were lieutenant officers. After that, the symbol would change. It would no longer be a trident, but directly become the heart of the ocean. Chapter 737. 1 heart of the ocean was a colonel. 2 was a general. 3 was a marshal. 4 was the demon king. 5 was also the highest level. It should be the True Devil Emperor himself. It sounded like a small soldier wasn't worth mentioning, but the problem was that the small soldier in front of Ling Xiao was actually a half-step Empyrean with 10% of his strength. This was the lowest level of soldiers, yet they were still so strong. Of course, This level of strength was no longer a threat to Ling Xiao. He casually shot out an Qi sword, and the small soldier shattered into mist. Ling Xiao continued forward, but before he could walk more than 10 meters, he encountered a similar situation. However, this time, he encountered a second-level soldier with 20% of his strength, a half-step Empyrean. The third time he encountered a third-level soldier with 30% of his strength, a half-step Empyrean. At the same time, similar situations occurred in the other 300, or so completely sealed spaces. What's going on? This is different from what Senior Brother said. How can the enemy be so strong? How powerful was the demon-suppressing empire back then? Even a small soldier is so terrifying. It's over. It seems like I won't have a chance to continue moving forward. But if I stay here and cultivate for more than 10 minutes, I will still be attacked. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The battles were going on at the same time in these places, and more disciples were killed or took the initiative to withdraw. After 3 rounds of battles, more than 20 disciples had left the true devil-forbidden area helplessly. Not many died, only 2 of them. They were the kind of fellows who didn't know what was good for them. Outside the demon-suppressing forbidden area, in the blood-red desert, suddenly, more than 20 figures appeared. Zhaoji, Zhao Xi, Yuehua School's Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were eliminated. There was nothing they could do. They were not strong enough to face a third-level soldier, but they knew to quit while they were ahead, so they followed Ling Zhao's instructions and left. I'm sorry, Sect Master. Our performance was not good enough. Ha ha ha, it's already very good, very good. To be able to enter the true Devil Imperial Palace, your ranking is at least within the top 400. This result is already very good, maybe even better. Wu Xiang laughed. He didn't look depressed. Right? How are Ling Xiao and the others? Heavenly Premier Golden Light hurried over and asked. It should be fine. We were only able to enter the final place thanks to Senior Brother Ling. Even my current cultivation was only possible thanks to Senior Brother Ling, Zhao Ji said excitedly. A half-step Empyrean with 20% of his strength. How did he improve so quickly? Wu Xiang checked Zhao Ji's cultivation and was immediately taken aback. Zhao Xi isn't bad either. She's already a half-step Empyrean with 10% of her strength. Empyrean Heavenly Eye also looked at Zhao Xi, very satisfied. In the past, Heavenly Lord Heavenly Eye did not place Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi, these 2 disciples, in his eyes. But now, these 2 people had become the 2 most outstanding among all his disciples. This really made people sigh. How are our sect's casualties? Zhao Ji asked. This was because too many people had died before entering the true Demon Imperial Palace, especially Li Yudao and Tangju. Basically, every disciple they encountered could not escape from their ruthless hands. Only the people from the 3 southern sects were spared. Fortunately, more than 10 people died. The rest have all returned. Some sects are too miserable. More than 100 people went in, but only a dozen or so survived. Zhao Ji turned his head and saw that the leaders of some sects were beating their chests and stamping their feet in grief. He sighed in his heart. The other sects were different from the Yuehua school. Everyone in the Yuehua school had a secret technique scroll, which was refined with the help of Ling Xiao. Therefore, they could escape when they encountered danger. However, the other sects did not have so many secret technique scrolls. It was good enough that each sect had 20 or 30 scrolls. The rest did not have any scrolls. The only way to escape was to run outside. However, how could they escape when they were not as strong as others? Naturally, there were many casualties. The people from the Yuehua school side. They were also glad that their sect had someone like Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was still fighting in the enclosed space. Interestingly, every time he killed a soldier formed by the black fog would merge into his body and become pure true essence energy. His cultivation level would increase a little. At this rate, it was much faster than sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The soldier in front of him was a 5th-level soldier with 50% of his strength, a half-step heavenly venerable. To Ling Xiao, this was not a strong opponent, but it was just a small soldier. He wondered how strong the soldiers that appeared next would be. Would their strength be equivalent to the top 100 geniuses in the martial arts festival? Whoosh! Again, It was just a sword of energy that shattered the soldier. The black fog merged into Ling Xiao's body and turned into pure energy. The rest of the people were probably in the same situation. While gaining benefits, the danger they faced also increased. Naturally, it was better to kill as many of these things as possible. However, when the strength of a half-step heavenly venerable reached 50%, there were even fewer people who could fight against it. The number of people who failed started to increase. More than 20 people had been eliminated just now. Now, there were close to 100 people who had been eliminated. Although there were more half-step, heavenly venerable martialists with 50% of their strength than in the previous preliminaries, there were only about 200 of them. Moreover, some martialists might not be able to defeat these 5th-level soldiers at the same level. It was completely normal for them to be eliminated. Fortunately, this was an enclosed space. If they could not win, they could take the initiative to give up and run away. They would not be chased by the disciples of the other sections. Therefore, the death rate was greatly reduced. Most of them were eliminated and had no choice but to return the way they came. Of course, those who had secret technique scrolls could directly teleport out. On the Yuehua school side, Lan Yu could still maintain her composure. However, Dai Yuling and Long Hao were having a harder time. Long Chun from the Divine Sword sect had already entered his golden dragon form. He relied on his strong defense to persist. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. While many martialists were still facing 5th-level and 4th-level soldiers, Ling Xiao was already facing a sergeant. Sergeants were divided into 3 ranks: sergeant, sergeant, and corporal. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that a corporal's strength was only at 60% of a half-step heavenly venerable. However, when he actually encountered one, he discovered that he was wrong. This fellow was not at 60% of a half-step heavenly venerable, but had directly soared to 80% of a half-step heavenly venerable. This was a leap in strength. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Among the martialists who entered the true demon forbidden zone this time, the ones with the highest cultivation were Yin Liehua and Li Yudao. Tangju was also at this level, but he was already dead. They were all at 80% of a half-step heavenly venerable. If Ling Xiao wanted to defeat them, then this corporal would be his touchstone. You came at the right time. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and took out the overflow rain sword. He was prepared to have a good battle with this corporal. He wanted to completely master his newly comprehended sword moves. Chapter 738. Just as Ling Xiao was about to engage in a battle with the corporal actually moved first. In the blink of an eye, the corporal was already in front of Ling Xiao. The weapon in his hand was a strange-looking steel blade that shone with a blue light. On the steel blade, there was a huge wave of power that slashed down at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. This was really beyond his expectations. However, his reaction was fast. He waved his overflow rain sword and blocked the attack. Boom! Kabong! After the blade and sword collided, the ground Ling Xiao was standing on actually left, revealing the soft ground below. Raging Wind Shuttle. Ling Xiao blocked the attack with his overflow rain sword in his right hand, while the Raging Wind sword appeared in his left hand. He used his special skill to attack. This skill was important in terms of speed. It was fast enough and swift enough. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't injure the opponent, he could at least push the opponent back and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, what Ling Xiao didn't expect was that the corporal was actually slower than him. The sharp dagger in his left hand blocked his sword move. Ka-ka! Ling Xiao felt his legs sink about a foot into the ground. The corporal was also sent flying into the roof. Interesting. These things that appear here seem to be able to learn some of the opponent's abilities. Although it's not complete, once a warrior panics, then he's doomed. Ling Xiao smiled and kept his swords. He used the Hell Dragon sword and a black gold chi sword pierced towards the corporal who was still stuck in the roof. He wanted to see just how strong this guy was. Who would have thought that although this guy was stuck, he still kept his weapon and punched out with his fists. A white shark condensed from chi energy collided with Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon sword. Boom! The Hell Dragon sword was actually smashed into pieces, but the white shark continued to pounce. Interesting. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and formed the Hell Dragon Sword again. But this time, it contained a powerful will of destruction. The corporal seemed to feel the horror of this attack. He took out his saber again, condensed his true essence, and slashed out. The saber energy was incomparably sharp. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that this saber strike could easily kill a half-step Empyrean with 70% strength. Even cultivators of the same strength would not dare to forcefully resist this attack. Otherwise, they would definitely be severely injured. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. His will of destruction instantly rose to the 4th level as he attacked with all his might. The black flames on the Hell Dragon's sword grew even more ferocious. Even the sword itself grew larger than before. Boom! 4 levels of destructive will combined with the Hell Dragon sword at full power finally shattered the blade chi. The soldier was also pierced through, turning into a black mist and entering Ling Xiao's body. Moments later, the sword chi broke the opponent's sword, and the white shadow turned into white light. What pure true essence! It can completely merge with my true essence without any transformation. This is simply a holy land for cultivators. Ling Xiao could not help but be excited. Of course, this was not the most amazing thing. He found that his martial veins were beginning to change because of this true essence. The martial veins next to each other showed signs of merging. After the merging, the energy did not decrease, but the space of the martial veins increased by a lot. At present, 4 martial veins have completely merged. Maybe after this trip to the true Devil Forbidden Land, my cultivation may directly advance to the Celestial Realm. That would be fun. Ling Xiao did not think that advancing to the Celestial Realm was bullying, because he did not believe that the 6th young master of the Sacred Dynasty would wait for others to catch up. Although he hated the Holy Sun, the Holy Sun's talent was unquestionable. Only by continuing to improve his cultivation would he be more confident in the battle with the Holy Sun. Whoosh! A sword energy shot out and pierced through the nearby wall. His cultivation broke through again. Half-step Empyrean with 70% strength. It was not the end yet, but it was already like this. If Tang Jiu was still alive, Ling Xiao believed that he had a 100% chance of defeating him. Furthermore, he wouldn't need more than 50 moves to defeat him. He had defeated the corporal, but most people stopped in front of the 5th-level soldier. In front of the terrifying strength of the 5th-level soldier, people continued to be eliminated. Finally, there were only more than 150 people left. The first 150 people were qualified to participate in the finals. Because of this, everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. However, when they encountered a corporal, in just an instant, over 100 people were directly eliminated. There were less than 50 people left. On the side of Yuehua School, Dai Yuling and Long Hao were eliminated helplessly. Sorry, Sect Master, we were also eliminated. Although Long Hao said so, he could not hide the excitement on his face. His current cultivation was already at the half-step Empyrean with 50% strength. Dai Yuling's situation was similar. Their cultivation improved too quickly. It was a pity that they did not continue to persevere. Otherwise, they would have gained more benefits. Don't think too much. You have already gained a lot. What's more, being able to come back alive is in itself an improvement. This was not a consolation, but a fact. After all, these 2 people were not strong when they participated in the preliminaries. Wu Xiang did not expect them to be able to make it this far. He was already overjoyed. Our Yuehua School only has Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer left. How are they doing? Wu Xiang was looking forward to Ling Xiao the most. This junior brother of his was always able to create amazing miracles. He didn't know what amazing thing he would be able to do this time. Sect Master, don't worry. Senior sister Lan has probably gained a lot. Her cultivation is very strong, and she also has the lunar scripture. I'm afraid she will surprise you all when she comes out this time. Dai Yuling smiled. As for Ling Xiao, you don't have to worry about him. I'm afraid he will become the biggest dark horse in this preliminaries. No one will expect his terrifying growth. Long Hao, who was next to him, could not help but send a voice transmission to Wu Xiang. Sect Master, let me tell you something. Senior Brother Ling killed Wan Shi of the Aquamarine Divine Palace, Luo Tianyu of the Heavenly King Sect, and Tang Jiu of the Tang Sect. Oh right, Ao Chu of the Sword King sect was also killed. Well done. Wu Xiang could not help but be surprised. He knew the situation of these people. They were not ordinary people. Moreover, they were cruel and vicious. Wu Xiang could even imagine why Ling Xiao killed them. Don't tell anyone about this first to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although Wu Xiang was happy, he also knew the seriousness of the situation. The Heavenly King sect, the Tang sect, and the Aquamarine Divine Palace were not to be trifled with. Fortunately, except for Tang Jia's death, which was more eye-catching, no one knew about the deaths of the other people. Perhaps not many people knew about it. Even if someone said it, there was no real evidence. Chapter 739. What others said without any evidence could be regarded as slandering others. However, Yuehua School couldn't publicize it. Otherwise, it would be a public provocation. Even if it wasn't true, the other sects wouldn't let it go for the sake of their reputation. Don't worry, sect master. I understand. Lung Hao still knew what was important. The reason why he used the secret sound transmission to tell Wu Xiang was precisely because of this. All right, everyone has worked hard. Have a good rest. Wu Xiang waved his hand and let Dai Yuling and Lung Hao rest. Over there, the elders of the sect and the previously eliminated disciples prepared food and drinks for them to enjoy. Although the Yuehua sect was still waiting anxiously, there was a hint of joy and harmony in the midst of the nervousness. On the other hand, some other sects were completely gloomy. On the Sword King sect side, Qin Nanqing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Ao Chu was dead, Chen Ming was eliminated, and more than half of the remaining disciples of the Sword King sect were either dead or injured. The only one left was Jian Feng, whom he didn't even put in his eyes. Chen Ming had already told Qin Nanqing about Ling Xiao killing Luo Tianyu, but Qin Nanqing didn't say anything. No one knew if he was waiting for an opportunity or if he had other plans. It was absolutely impossible to say that he was planning to hide it from Ling Xiao. Our Sword King sect was originally full of talents and great ambitions, but we didn't expect Ling Xiao to appear and cause the collapse of the entire Sword King sect. Qin Nanqing's eyes revealed a terrifying murderous light. Ling Xiao must die no matter what. Master, there's no need to worry. No matter how many trash die, isn't there still Senior Jin Wuji? Chen Ming said, That's right, there's still Wuji. As long as he's still here, Ling Xiao won't be able to overturn the heavens. Hearing Jin Wuji's name, Qin Nanqing's eyes suddenly lit up and a gratified smile appeared on his face. To be honest, if it weren't for Jin Wuji, he might really collapse. Bastard, what did you say? Tang Jia was killed by that Ling Xiao? All of a sudden, it was as if a volcano had erupted on the Tang sect side, and the Tang sect master, who was leading the group, was on the verge of erupting with flames. The remaining disciples of the Tang sect around him were all sent flying by him. The disciple who reported was also lifted up by the neck and struggled in the air. Sect master, please calm down. He was really scared out of his wits. Tang Jia's death had infuriated the sect master. If he didn't hold back, he might lose his life. The Tang sect master tossed the man to the ground and asked, Who else saw Ling Xiao kill Tang Jia? I want to hear the truth. We all saw it. Many people from the Tang sect were present at the scene, so they could see everything very clearly. As for the disciples of the other sects, they remained silent. They had already seen how strong Ling Xiao was. They didn't want to offend Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao was a good person. They had benefited a lot from his undead soul. Betraying Ling Xiao at this time was obviously not wise. The Tang sect master was angry because he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill Tang Jia. Who was Ling Xiao? What ability did he have? Bastards from the Yuehua school, you have to give me an explanation today. Since he couldn't get any information from the other sects, the Tang sect master vented his anger on the Yuehua school. When he saw Dai Yuling and Lung Hao, he was sure that the two of them knew something. So, he rushed over in a flash. The people from the Yuehua school aren't people you can touch just because you want to. A figure blocked the Tang sect master's path. The two of them exchanged blows midway, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. The Tang sect master couldn't help but be stunned. He had heard that the Yuehua school had a new sect master, But he didn't know that the new sect master was so strong. His body was trembling slightly. In this confrontation, he had clearly suffered a hidden disadvantage. What about me? As the Tang sect master, don't you know the rules? If you're afraid of death, don't participate in the true devil-forbidden grounds. If you die there, that's your fate. Don't blame others. Wu Xiang said coldly. Although he was young, he still knew the rules of the preliminaries. Life and death were up to fate. Victory and defeat were up to the heavens. He couldn't vent his anger on the other sections. If you're afraid, don't participate. Perhaps it was because of this that Li Yudao and Tang Jiu were ruthless enough to hunt down the disciples of the other sects without fear of revenge. Besides, Tang Jiu killed 3 of our inner sect disciples. I haven't settled the score with the Tang sect yet. How dare you complain first? Wu Xiang continued to press on. Nonsense, those 3 disciples of yours were trash. They deserve to die. How can they be compared to Tang Jiu? He's a genius who's going to enter the top 10 in this martial arts festival. The Tang sect master shouted. Hee, our disciples are trash. However, that Tang Jiu isn't much either. He's a *T genius. I'm also trash. How could he kill me? Wu Xiang was so angry that he laughed. He really despised the double standards of these people. All right, you're sharp-tongued. I won't argue with you. However, that Ling Xiao from your sect is dead meat. The Tang sect master returned to his tent like a stray dog. He threw out this sentence before he left. Wu Xiang looked at the Tang sect master coldly. He already had the intention to kill him. At this moment, the remaining 50 disciples in the true devil-forbidden grounds were still working hard, hoping to advance further. Some of them had already broken through to the half-step, heavenly venerable level with 90% of their strength. In terms of cultivation, they were already on par with the 6 princes of the sacred dynasty. However, they would only know who was more powerful after they fought. At a certain moment, in a sealed space, Long Chun used the last of his strength to completely defeat his opponent. However, he was also seriously injured and had no choice but to withdraw. His choice was very wise. Otherwise, he would only be on the road to death if he continued. However, despite being seriously injured, he had a victorious smile on his face. The powerful potential of the Dragon Clan was completely stimulated in this life and death battle. His cultivation broke through faster than Dai Yuling and Long Hao. Half-step heavenly venerable level with 70% of his strength. His cultivation was almost on par with Ling Xiao. The potential of the Dragon Clan was obvious. The only pity was that he was eliminated. However, Ling Xiao was still continuing. In the next moment, in another room, Ing Wuya's body was shining with golden light. He had already entered the half-step, heavenly venerable level with 90% of his strength. His cultivation was originally stronger than Ling Xiao's. In addition, he had walked the chaotic beast path. Although he had lost some things, he had also gained great strength. Now, he believed that he would be the final winner of this preliminary round. Ling Xiao, you embarrassed me during the 3-sect tournament. I hope you won't disappoint me in this preliminary round. Don't die too early and don't get eliminated. Ing Wuya snorted coldly and continued to walk forward. Before him, Decepticons, Shi Mei, and the others had all been eliminated. Only he, Ling Xiao, and Lan Yu were left in the 3 sects of the east. Chapter 740. Lan Yu was now facing a major crisis. Her breakthrough was not as crazy as Ing Wuya's, but she managed to comprehend the defensive martial art of the lunar scripture, the lunar feather raiment. The lunar feather raiment was draped over her body. No matter how crazily the half-step heavenly venerable sergeant attacked, there was no problem at all. However, the lunar feather raiment consumed a terrifying amount of true yuan. After defeating the sergeant, Lan Yu advanced again. The true Demon Empire staff sergeant in front of her used only one move to crack her lunar feather raiment. It was not that the lunar feather raiment was too weak, but that her true yuan could not keep up. Although she was unwilling, in order to avoid dying here, Lan Yu chose to give up. She took out a secret scroll and left. After Lan Yu was eliminated, Only Ling Xiao and Ing Wuya were left in the three eastern sects. Liu Dao was the only one left in the three southern sects. The three eastern sects and the three southern sects had always been at odds. They were always weaker than each other, but this time, they had the upper hand. This made the Beast King Palace and the Yuehua School's higher-ups very satisfied. However, the Sword King sect master, Chun Nanqing, did not look very happy. Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were not dead. Leng Hao and Dai Yuling were not dead either. Now, even Lan Yu had come out, and it was obvious that her cultivation had improved greatly. This made him very uncomfortable. He originally wanted to use this preliminaries to kill all the participating disciples of the Yuehua school, but now it was all in vain. If not for the fact that he wanted to watch a good show, he would have turned around and left already. At the same time, in a sealed space in the true demon forbidden area, Liu Dao's face revealed a sinister expression. A black mist drilled into his body. The half-step, heavenly venerable sergeant with 90% of his strength had been killed. Ha 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 ha. This is great. I might not have been as good as Tangjiu before, but now, I'm stronger than him. A half-step heavenly venerable with 90% of his strength. This feeling is too good. What is this? Heavenly essence energy? Liu Dao had heard that once a martial artist entered the heaven realm, his true yuan would be upgraded to the powerful heavenly essence energy. It was just that without reaching 90% of his strength and becoming a half-step Empyrean, he would not be able to understand how powerful heavenly essence energy was. Generally speaking, when a half-step Empyrean reached 90% of their strength, their 9 martial veins would have completely transformed into a single embryonic heavenly vein. The shape of the veins of the heavens was different for every martial artist. It changed according to their martial soul or bloodline. For example, Ling Zhao's main martial spirit was the mountain and river martial spirit. His sky veins were the mountain and river world, vast and boundless. Dai Yuling's martial soul was the primordial calabash vine, so her heaven vein was very likely a calabash vine sapling. As her heaven vein grew stronger, it would eventually become a complete calabash vine. At that time, the connection between the martial soul and the martial artist would be even closer. Their souls were connected, and their flesh and blood were connected, complete as one. In theory, once the embryonic form of the heavenly vein was formed, it would produce heavenly yuan force. When the true yuan force in the body was completely converted into heavenly yuan force, the breakthrough would not be far away. At this time, what was needed was an opportunity, which was the so-called epiphany. Only then could it be possible to enter the celestial realm. Otherwise, even if one possessed the embryonic form of the heavenly vein, they could only be called a heavenly vein martial artist. This was a group of special existences. Although they had not advanced to the celestial realm, they were stronger than half-step heavenly venerables. The 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty were all heavenly vein martial artists. Heavenly vein martial artists were divided into embryonic form, growth, maturity, completion, and breakthrough stages. The final breakthrough stage was the final step away from the celestial realm. It could be broken through at any time. Only martial artists who had entered the half-step heavenly venerables with 90% of their strength would understand how powerful a heavenly vein martial artist was compared to a half-step heavenly venerables. In terms of strength, heavenly yuan force could completely crush true yuan force. Liu Dao was now a heavenly vein martial artist, but he had just entered the embryonic form. However, he was much stronger than the average half-step heavenly venerables with 90% of their strength. Ling Xiao, you killed my good brother, Tangjiu, and ruined the plans of the 3 sects of the south. Wash your neck and wait. I will definitely let you taste all kinds of poison and torture, and you will die a horrible death. Liu Dao knew how powerful he was now. If he met his old self now, he could crush his old self with one hand. And Ling Zhao's strength was not as strong as his old self. Thinking of Ling Zhao's miserable death, Liu Dao's laughter was mixed with intense madness, like a demon from hell that had escaped the shackles of a cage. In another space, a pair of blood-red wings grew out of Yu Qianxue's back. On his forehead, there was a very eye-catching blood-red eye. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, kill you, kill you, kill you. His powerful aura was not any weaker than Li Yudeo's. In fact, it was even more terrifying. He had actually obtained a heavenly eye similar to Imo Wushang of the Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters. However, this was not a heavenly eye, but a ghost eye. Within the ghost eye, everything would collapse and become chaotic. In Yachinchua's eyes, this was even more terrifying than Imo Wushang's heavenly eye. As a top inner disciple of the heavenly King Gate, Yachinchua had always been suppressed by Imo Wushang. He had been cultivating with all his might just to surpass Imo Wushang, and now he had almost the same strength as Imo Wushang. He was determined to defeat Imo Wushang in the finals of the martial arts festival. Of course, before that, he must kill Ling Xiao, the one who dared to not give him face, the one who offended the Holy Sun. In the other spaces, there were also changes. Even those who performed well in last year's martial arts festival might not be able to achieve good results in this year's preliminaries. Like the Yangtze River, each new generation would surpass the previous one. Their era had already passed. Those who could really stay behind were really those few people that Wu Xiang had pointed out. As a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, Wu Xiang's vision was not bad. Yin Liehua, Yachinchua, Fatty Blue, Li Yudao, Army Breaker, Feng Yaorao, Ing Wuya, and Ling Xiao. At present, only these 8 people could continue to advance. Sky Dragon Institute, 2 people. Heavenly King Gate, 1 person. Jade Water Shrine, 1 person. Abstruse Fire Sect, 1 person. Gu King Sect, 1 person. Beast King Palace, 1 person. Yuehua School, 1 person. The other sects were easy to deal with. Sky Dragon Institute was a rising star and was mysterious, but they were also of high status and were highly valued. Only Yuehua School was like a beggar who had squeezed into a noble family. No matter how one looked at it, he was neither fish nor fowl. Many people were discussing how long Yuehua School could last. How long could Ling Xiao last? Ling Xiao did not know what others were thinking, nor did he bother to guess. He was in trouble now. After painstakingly killing a 90% strength half-step Celestial Venerable, his cultivation base also rose, breaking through to 80% strength half-step Celestial Venerable. He continued to move forward, although he did not know what dangers lay ahead. However, with the increase in his cultivation and strength, his self-confidence was obviously more than before. Chapter 741. What made Ling Xiao feel strange was that the next person he met was still a corporal. The only difference was that this guy's clothes were more extravagant. At first, he thought nothing of it. Since he had already killed one, he could kill another one. But when the real battle started, he realized that something was wrong. Could this be the legendary Heaven Vein martial artist? Ling Xiao had heard Wu Xiang mention the existence of Heaven Vein martial artists before. This was a special existence in a special period. The corporal in front of him was undoubtedly a fledgling stage, Heaven Vein martial artist. Ling Xiao fought bitterly and had one of his arms cut off by his opponent's sudden burst of Heaven Essence energy. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, his whole body would have been split into 2. Die. Ling Xiao's right arm was cut off. He waved overflow rain with his left arm and cut off his opponent's head. For a moment, he really felt dizzy and his vision blurred. His physical strength was severely depleted. But at this moment, he was also surprised. He was surprised to find that his cultivation had increased again. He had entered the half-step, heavenly venerable level with 90% of his strength. Not only that, his 9 martial veins had completely fused. He had actually stepped into the ranks of Heaven Vein martial artists. The original martial veins had completely turned into grass and trees in the Mountain River world. The flow of power in the Mountain River world formed a perfect cycle with the flow of power in his body. Was this the fledgling stage of Heaven Vein? It was really too powerful. Ling Xiao was very excited. He had just entered the fledgling stage of Heaven Vein martial artists, and a trace of shockingly powerful energy had been born in his body. Without a doubt, that was Heaven Essence energy. It was the source of the martial arts of Heaven Realm martial artists. It was the source of all power. He did not have time to feel the power of Heaven Essence energy. He started to use the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body to repair his right arm. He could not be liking Wu Ya, who had become stronger but was crippled. That would not be very handsome. At this moment, another corporal appeared. This corporal was dressed more extravagantly than the previous one. His cultivation was a heaven-vein martial artist in the growth stage. Ling Xiao was still repairing his right arm, and this guy attacked. Naturally, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for his death. He pointed with his left hand, and a chi sword shot through the air. He had actually accidentally used that sliver of heavenly essence energy. At this time, the chi sword was too terrifying. The power was so pure that it seemed like it could explode at any time. It was as if the chi sword from before had been compressed even more fiercely. It was even vibrating in the air. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Heavenly Origin Vibrating Sword. Ling Xiao had never understood how to cultivate this technique, but now he finally understood. Only with heavenly elemental energy could the third move of the 9 Meridians Chi Sword be fully executed. Whoosh boom. The Chi Sword stabbed into the body of the corporal, but it didn't immediately pierce through. Instead, it vibrated violently within the wound, to the extent that the corporal's body was actually shattered. His internal organs transformed into mottled black spots that surged into Ling Xiao's body. This shocking lethality made Ling Xiao involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. He had yet to fully grasp the essence of this move, but he believed that once this move was unleashed, even an ordinary Heaven Pulse martial artist in the growth stage would be instantly killed. Too terrifying. It was a pity that using this move required heavenly elemental energy. Ling Xiao currently only had a sliver of heavenly elemental energy. Once it was used up, he would have to wait for it to slowly recover. A Heaven Pulse martial artist's heavenly elemental energy could not be obtained through self-cultivation. It could only be slowly recovered by relying on medicine or self-cultivation, unless one ascended to the heaven realm. This was very troublesome. But there were still countless people who wanted to obtain this heavenly elemental energy. There was no other reason. The power of heavenly elemental energy was just too terrifying. Just a sliver of its power far exceeded the full power attack of a half-step heavenly venerable at 90% power. Of course, the power of any move and energy was relative. Heavenly elemental energy did not suppress Ling Xiao's true elemental energy that much. After all, Ling Xiao's true elemental energy had gathered the will of mountains and rivers, the will of slaughter, and the will of destruction. It would not lose to heavenly elemental energy so easily. Letting out a long breath, Ling Xiao could not help but think to himself, with my current strength, if I meet any martial artist below half-step heavenly venerable, I can completely crush them. Even if I meet a Heaven Pulse martial artist in the growth stage, with heavenly elemental energy, I can still kill him in one move. Without heavenly elemental energy, winning is not a problem. The only ones who can truly pose a threat to me are probably Heaven Pulse martial artists in the growth stage and above. If I'm not wrong, the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty have probably reached such a level. I wonder what will happen if we fight? It could be said that the heavenly elemental energy of a Heaven Pulse martial artist gave them a chance to fight against a Heaven Realm martial artist. Of course, it was only a chance to fight. It was almost impossible to win. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between the two realms. After a while, Ling Xiao's right arm had completely recovered. Although he had used a lot of immortal herbs as materials to recover his right arm, it was definitely worth it. He was probably the only person in the entire mysterious world who had such ability in the transcendent realm. Standing up, Ling Xiao continued to walk forward. This time, he walked a long distance. After a full 100 meters, he finally met with an obstruction. This seemed to be the end of the sealed space. The one who appeared there was actually the Moon Maiden. Of course, this Moon Maiden was not real. It could be judged from her cultivation. The Moon Maiden's cultivation was in the Yin-Yang realm, while the fake in front of him was only in the Heaven realm. In the mysterious world, it was not uncommon to use a martial artist's favorite object to test them. So Ling Xiao was not surprised to see this fake. He was surprised that a Heaven Realm martial artist had appeared out of nowhere. How could he win? Although he had recovered a bit of heavenly elemental energy in the process of recovering his arm, it was impossible for him to win against such a powerful Heaven Realm opponent. However, whether he could win or not, Ling Xiao planned to try. Because he had the treasure given to him by the Moon Maiden, it could save his life 3 times. So far, he had not wasted a single time. So, he was qualified to take the risk, unlike others who might turn around and run in the face of this thing. Asterisk Chi. Asterisk a crescent-shaped Chi blade suddenly flew out from the Moon Maiden's hand. Before the Chi blade reached Ling Xiao, the space under Ling Xiao's feet and behind him began to collapse. Such terrifying power, as expected of a Heaven Realm powerhouse. This is really troublesome. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. He immediately took out the Purple Lightning Sword and used the Purple Lightning Shocks the World Secret Technique Scroll. This was a relatively low-grade scroll that could upgrade the Purple Lightning Sword, which was currently a rare-grade artifact, to an immortal-grade artifact. Now that he was a Heaven Vein Realm martial artist, he could use an immortal-grade artifact to fight. Although the enhancement was not as good as a Heaven Realm martial artist, it was more convenient than a half-step Heavenly Venerable. In addition, an immortal-grade artifact was sharp and hard, so it was not easy to damage. Using the Purple Lightning Sword to fight was perfect. Chapter 742. Dang! With a deafening explosion, the Purple Lightning Sword collided with the crescent-shaped Chi blade. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a terrifying pressure that he had never felt before. The terrifying Chi blade rushed into his body through the Purple Lightning Sword, causing him to feel a tearing pain in his body. "Break for me!" Ling Xiao roared and instantly entered the 10th layer of the human dragon form. The Hell Dragon Soul appeared behind him, and his destructive will and true Chi poured into the Purple Lightning Sword. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, the crescent-shaped Chi blade finally shattered. Many small bloody holes appeared on Ling Xiao's body, and golden blood sprayed out from them. Just a simple move, and I'm in such a sorry state. A Heaven Realm cultivator is really amazing. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Even if he was invincible in the Transcendent Realm, facing a Heaven Realm cultivator was still difficult. But I can't retreat. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. If he didn't die in one move, then that was a victory. Thinking back to when the Flame Deity attacked him, he couldn't fight back at all. He couldn't even move. Now, he could block a single move from a Heaven Realm cultivator and not die. This was a huge improvement. Not only did he have to block the attack, but he also had to counterattack. Holding the Purple Lightning Sword in his hand, Ling Xiao suddenly poured a trace of Heaven's origin Chi into it and displayed the Shadow Transformation Sword Art. Descent of the Sword Demon. The sharp and fierce humanoid sword energy tore through the air and pounced toward the Moon Lady with an unstoppable momentum. As for why Ling Xiao was able to attack the Moon Maiden Ling Xiao? Nonsense, he wasn't an idiot. How could he fall in love with a fake? Moreover, even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to hurt her, so what was there to be afraid of? 13 humanoid sword Chi pounced on the opponent one after another. Asterisk ding 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 ding. Asterisk the Moon Maiden kept retreating. Obvious wounds began to appear on her body. The descent of the Sword Demon that had been mixed with Heaven's Yuan Chi was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Not only could it repel a one-line sky martial artist, it could even injure them. Unfortunately, these wounds were only superficial and couldn't cause any actual harm to the Moon Maiden. Instead, every humanoid sword Chi was shattered by the Moon Maiden in a very ingenious way. Is this the end? Ling Xiao could not help but reveal a wry smile. His body began to change continuously, and golden scales appeared on his body. He had to enter his primordial golden dragon form. Suddenly, the Moon Lady no longer resisted the human-shaped sword beam. Instead, despite the danger of being injured, she passed through the layers of obstacles and instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It seemed that the Moon Lady had also sensed the great threat from the primordial golden dragon form, which was why she suddenly launched such an attack. However, it was already too late. At this moment, Ling Xiao had completely entered his primordial golden dragon form. Among the layers of dragon scales, there was one that was particularly eye-catching. This dragon scale had a complete primordial god on it, which corresponded to the scales of the primordial golden dragon in the Mountain River realm. It was only one scale, but the increase in strength it brought was extremely astonishing. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. A massive dragon claw tapped the air, and a thick finger energy tore through the air. The Moon Maiden revealed a look of surprise, but she did not stop her attack. Kaboom! Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and flames roiled. The finger energy collided with the Moon Maiden's hands. The Moon Maiden did not have a weapon in her hands, only her hands that seemed like fine jade. But at this moment, the heavenly dragon divine finger had pierced a small hole in them, and black mist began to seep out. The gigantic primordial golden dragon coiled around the sealed space and stared at the Moon Lady opposite it. His opponent had not been defeated, nor had she died. But unlike a true Heaven Realm martial artist, this sort of energy body could not be healed after being injured. The small hole in her hands was constantly releasing black mist, which was absorbed by Ling Xiao. Both parties engaged in a life-and-death battle in the narrow space. But in the process of this battle, Ling Xiao's strength was constantly increasing, while the Moon Maiden's strength was constantly decreasing. Finally, after tens of thousands of moves, a second dragon scale lit up on Ling Xiao's body. The Moon Maiden on the other side had also completely disappeared. Whoosh! After defeating the Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao directly lay on the ground, his body weak and powerless. Now, even an ordinary child could easily capture him. Of course, it was impossible to kill him. Even if he stood there and let a half-step heavenly venerable attack continuously, his defense could not be broken, let alone an ordinary person. A Heaven Realm martial artist with an obvious weakness is already so terrifying. If she had no weakness, I would be dead for sure. Ling Xiao was still self-aware. He would not be so excited just because he won this battle that he forgot everything. He knew very well that he still had a long way to go. The strength of a Heaven Pulse martial artist in the embryonic stage had already accumulated to the peak. Although there was no breakthrough, it was still not bad. As for the rest of the road, he felt that there was no chance. Now that he met a one-line sky martial artist, what was next? He could not help but smile bitterly. But in the next moment, the danger he imagined did not come. At the end of the secret passage, two paths appeared. One was 9 deaths, 1 life. The other was 10 deaths, 1 life. According to Ling Xiao's understanding, this was the gate of life and the gate of death. He had heard that in the past few hundred years, countless martial artists had come to the true devil-forbidden area, but the only one who had truly opened the gate of life and death was the Holy Sun. How many people would there be this time? Ling Xiao activated his mountain river martial spirit and looked into the distance. He found that there were only 5 people left standing in front of the gate of life and death. Profound Fire Sects Yin Liehua, Gu King Sects Li Yudao, Beast King Palaces Ing Wuya, Heavenly King Sects Yi Qinxue, Sky Dragon Academies Feng Yaorao. After a round of elimination, Army Breaker and Fatty Blue, who were still there just now, were also kicked out of the true devil forbidden area. But even so, including Ling Xiao, there were 6 people who saw the gate of life and death at the same time. This could be considered a rare occurrence. And the 6 people left were all lunatics. Facing the 9 deaths, gate of life, and 10 deaths, 1 life, gate of death. They all chose the latter. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. Sure enough, although lunatics died quickly, once they succeeded, their cultivation improved the fastest. No one knew what the former Holy Sun chose, because she never told anyone. She only said that behind the gate of life, there might be something you dreamed of. Martial arts? Magic treasure? Or something else? To a martial artist, this was probably what they could only dream of. However, treasures had always been obtained by those with strength, and good treasures were even more so. Even if you found it, it depended on whether you had the ability to take it out of the true devil forbidden area. Although there were only 6 martial artists left, they were all people who had their own fortuitous encounters. None of them were ordinary people. It would be very difficult to take all the treasures. Even if you wanted to get 1 or 2, it depended on whether you had the strength. Chapter 743. It would be best if I could find materials to refine treasure-grade artifact into a mortal-grade artifact, Ling Xiao secretly thought. The reason why he hasn't upgraded his swords to immortal-grade artifact was not because he was unwilling, but because he didn't have enough materials. Just immortal-grade artifact wasn't enough. He also needed a very special material, fusion stone. Fusing stones were very precious. Even the lowest grade of fusing stone was priceless. Therefore, it was almost impossible to buy one. But True Devil Forbidden Zone was the ruins of the former True Devil Empire, so the chances of having a fusion stone were very high. A low-grade fusion stone, together with an immortal-grade artifact, could upgrade Ling Xiao's sword from treasure-grade artifact to immortal-grade artifact. This was definitely what he needed the most right now. On the other hand, he didn't need martial arts manuals, elixirs, and the like so urgently. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao, like the other five, stepped into the death door that was sure to lead to certain death. In fact, the so-called death gate was only relative, because a person's fate was the most illusory thing. Even the heavens couldn't grasp it, let alone a mere True Devil Forbidden Zone. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the gate of death, the rest of them followed suit. Li Yudao looked at the space behind the death gate and sneered. For 1,000 years, only the Holy Sun had entered here. I, Li Yudao, am the second person after the Holy Sun. Hee. All the treasures are mine. At the same time, Yin Liehua also arrived behind the death gate. In the end, when facing the Heaven Realm opponent, his whole body was almost smashed, and he only survived by relying on the true fire given to him by the sect. Of course, he wouldn't give up on the final path that he worked so hard to obtain. Whoever dared to block his path, he would kill them, no matter who it was. Of course, there were 3 other people who survived by using artifact or secret technique: Ying Wuya, Feng Yaorao, and Yiqian Shui. Their strength had a very terrifying increase, and all of them wanted to obtain the final treasure. At this point, the position of one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty was already within reach. How could they give it up so easily? The 6 of them had entered this place from different doors, so they didn't have the chance to meet at first. However, if it was for treasures, it was only a matter of time before they met. Originally, the reason why the True Devil Imperial set up such a place was to select the most outstanding warriors. Now it was the same. Perhaps there was only one person who could persevere until the end. It was still uncertain who this person was. At the same time, outside the True Devil Forbidden Land, the Heavenly King's Gate, Profound Fire Sect, Gu King Sect, Beast King Palace, Yuehua School, and Sky Dragon Institute's people were extremely nervous. Because the preliminaries of the True Devil Forbidden area had not ended, it meant that at least one of the remaining 6 people was still alive. Or maybe all 6 of them were still alive. There was no doubt that whoever could walk out in the end would become the number 1 person under the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Boom! Suddenly, a rainbow-colored light shot out from the True Devil Forbidden area. This was the light of a treasure. The treasure has appeared. Who will obtain it? Everyone's heart became even more nervous. After Ling Xiao stepped into the gate of death, he walked for a while, but he didn't encounter any danger. Just as he was wondering why the gate of death was so safe, suddenly, a wave of energy fluctuation came from the front. He hurriedly used his movement technique to rush over. The 6 of them had all entered this final place, but the first to discover the treasure was Ling Xiao. This was normal, because Ling Xiao had an ability that others didn't have. He accelerated to the place where the fluctuation came from. This fluctuation wasn't very obvious inside, so only the warriors within 100 meters could sense it. When Ling Xiao arrived, there was no one else. He noticed that it was a box floating in the air, shining with a golden light. From the outside, he couldn't see what was inside. Even with the Mountain River Martial Spirit's analysis ability, he couldn't see it. This wasn't because the Mountain River Martial Spirit was weak, but because Ling Xiao's cultivation was too low. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to see it. No matter what it is, since it appeared here, it must be a treasure. I can't miss it. Ling Xiao smiled in his heart. In this world, there were no useless treasures. As long as he obtained it, even if he used it to exchange with others, it would still be very valuable. He leaped up, but the moment he was in the air, he suddenly flew back to his original position. Almost in an instant, a fine mesh of interweaving light appeared in front of him. A corner of his clothes was touched by this mesh and was directly cut into pieces. It's really not that easy to get it. Ling Xiao now understood why this place was called the Gate of Death. because when people's eyes were focused on the treasure, they would easily forget about the dangers around them. At this time, no matter how strong you were, you could fail miserably. However, to me, this is still a piece of cake. Ling Xiao was now very glad that he had spent a lot of time studying arrays and formations. Otherwise, when he encountered such a situation today, he could only use a stupid method to keep trying. Not only would the success rate be very low, but the danger would also be very high. Just as he was about to break the array, another figure appeared at the other entrance. It was Ing Wuya. When Ing Wuya saw Ling Xiao, he was a little surprised at first. Then, he became excited and laughed wildly. He was surprised that Ling Xiao could also reach this step. However, this was also what he wanted to see. He had always wanted to defeat Ling Xiao. Although this kind of defeat wasn't killing, and it wasn't like the hatred with Chen Ming, it was like an inner demon that tormented him all day long, making him feel very uncomfortable. Today's encounter here was an opportunity for him. I can give you the box, but you have to fight with me, Ing Wuya said coldly. Ling Xiao sighed and said, looks like you've already broken through to the half-step heavenly venerate level with 90% of your strength. However, with your cultivation, it's impossible for you to break through the final checkpoint guarded by the celestial realm martial artist. Then, there is only one possibility. You have perfectly mastered the golden-winged rock martial soul and even learned the transformation fighting method from your senior brother Decepticons. As expected of Ling Xiao, nothing can be hidden from you. Ing Wuya was a little shocked. In front of Ling Xiao, he was like a naked man, as if all his secrets could not be concealed. However, after a while, he returned to his cold demeanor and his body began to change. 10th form? Ling Xiao couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Good. Your senior brother Decepticons worked hard to cultivate this transformation form, and now he is only in the 4th form. However, you have actually advanced to the 10th form in such a short time. Amazing. Since you know how powerful this transformation form is, then fight with me. I can give up the box, but I must defeat you, Ing Wuya said through gritted teeth. Chapter 744. You can't win against me. Ling Xiao shook his head. Who knows if we haven't fought? Ing Wuya snorted coldly and said, Ling Xiao, you wouldn't be scared, right? Since that's the case, I'll let you experience my current strength. Ling Xiao was somewhat annoyed by this annoying Ing Wuya. He needed to spend some time to break the array, so he could not be disturbed by this person, so he might as well get rid of this guy. Come. Ing Wuya's aura suddenly increased as he entered the golden-winged rock form, looking extremely powerful. Ling Xiao sighed. He did not use the trace of heaven yuan qi that he had recovered, but entered the first human dragon form. Then, he pointed out a finger. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. The moment Ing Wuya saw Ling Xiao transform, he was already indescribably shocked. When this finger attack came, he was even more terrified. Without any ability to resist, his protective Zhen Yuan was pierced through like paper, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. Plop. Ing Wuya knelt on the ground. His face was filled with tears. In order to defeat Ling Xiao, he had charged into the chaotic beast path, causing him to lose an eye and lose an arm. But now, facing Ling Xiao, he was even worse than when he was in the 3 sects martial competition. He was filled with grief, despair, and could not see any hope of survival. Ling Xiao looked at Ing Wuya and said softly, Those who have been surpassed by me will never be able to surpass me again. The gap between you and me will only get bigger and bigger. If you can't even accept this, then you should really choose to kill yourself. Perhaps that would be better. After saying this, he no longer cared about Ing Wuya, but turned around to break the array. Although the array here was exquisite, it was not worth mentioning to him. After a moment, the array was broken. He opened the golden box, but was slightly disappointed. It was a martial arts manual, and it was a martial arts manual that was extremely suitable for Ing Wuya. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Ing Wuya, your luck is really not bad. This is a precious jade-grade martial art golden rock claw. To be honest, even I want to take it for myself. However, I have no use for it. I can give it to you, but you have to exchange it with something of equal value. Otherwise, I can only exchange it with someone else. This guy was really cunning. Actually, he had already copied the golden rock claw technique. Even if he gave it to Ing Wuya, he still had another one. Besides, this thing was really useless to him. If he could exchange it for something useful to him, then it would be worth it. At this moment, Ing Wuya had already awakened from his slumber. He had experienced a lot in order to get to where he was today. It was impossible for him to choose suicide because of such a blow. I'll do it. Without any hesitation, he threw a storage ring to Ling Xiao. He said, there aren't many things inside, but there are over 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 jade-grade martial arts manuals, 10 gold-grade martial arts manuals, and many herbs. Each herb is worth around 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is this enough? Ling Xiao took the storage ring and scanned it with his soul power. He couldn't help but smile. Getting so many things for free, it was not a loss. This Ing Wuya was really a decisive person. He knew when to give up. Here you go. Ling Xiao threw the martial arts manual to Ing Wuya. After Ing Wuya received it, he glanced at it and said excitedly, many thanks, Brother Ling. What did you call me? Brother Ling, you don't hate me anymore? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. I just thought it through. There is no deep hatred between us. I just don't want to accept you. Next, I will use you as my goal and chase after you. Even if I can't catch up, even if you widen the gap, I will try my best not to make this gap too big. Ing Wuya's thoughts were finally clear. Without the interference of his inner demons, his thoughts became extremely clear. Congratulations, you are a sensible person. One less enemy was better than one more. Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who planned to be enemies with the world. Since Ing Wuya had thought it through, it was easy to handle. Brother Ling, be careful. I'm already very satisfied to be able to obtain this precious jade-grade martial art. As he spoke, Ing Wuya took out a secret scroll. It was the thing to leave the true devil forbidden land. He knew that 6 people entered the gate of death, so there should be 6 treasures. He already got one, so there was no need to be greedy. From the battle with Ling Xiao, he knew that his strength was still far from enough. If he continued, he might die. So he naturally chose to leave. And Ling Xiao watched as Ing Wuya crushed the scroll and his body turned into a streak of light before disappearing. Ling Xiao did not stop him. With Ing Wuya gone, there was one less person in the way. It was not a bad thing for him. Outside the true devil forbidden land. Look, Senior Brother Ing is back. Shi Jiao was the first to notice Ing Wuya and shouted excitedly. Although Ing Wuya was very tired, his face was filled with a slight smile. The people of the Beast King Palace quickly brought Ing Wuya to the camp to rest. Shi Jiao asked excitedly, Senior Brother Ing, you killed that Ling Xiao, right? Because she was excited, she did not care about the Yuehua school's camp. Her voice was so loud that everyone present could hear it clearly. Killed him? Ing Wuya shook his head. Brother Ling and I have no enmity between us. Why would I kill him? I was able to come out alive this time because he did not kill me. And? Shi Jiao was stunned. Shi Jiao, I'm afraid I can't help you take revenge for Ling Xiao. He did not kill me and also helped me. From now on, there is no enmity between me and Ling Xiao. Ing Wuya glanced at Shi Jiao and sighed. He knew that Shi Jiao hated Ling Xiao very much, but he would not help her. On the other side, the people of the Yuehua school all sighed in relief when they heard this. Although they did not know what had happened inside, they were sure that Ling Xiao was not dead. Ling Xiao was indeed not dead. After leaving the first treasure location, he continued to move forward. Just as Ing Wuya had guessed, there were a total of 6 treasures behind the Gate of Death. Ling Xiao had already found all of them using the mountain river map. Now, he was moving toward the second treasure that was closest to him. If not for the fact that he was worried about encountering traps or formations on the way, he would have moved even faster. After all, Ling Xiao could not obtain all 6 treasures at the same time by himself. So, just as he was approaching the second treasure, he found another treasure in another place. This was a cold pond. In the cold pond, there was a sharp spear. The spear did not seem to be frozen at all. Instead, it was filled with a fiery light. Needless to say, this spear was at least an immortal grade treasure. At this time, there were 2 people who had arrived. Profound Fire Sect's Yin Liehua and Heavenly King sect Yiqianxue. Chapter 745. Yiqianxue, my abstruse fire sect focuses on fire attribute cultivation methods, and I also cultivate this cultivation method. This blazing spear is obviously the most suitable weapon for me. Why don't you give it to me? Yin Liehua looked at Yiqianxue and said. He was a little excited and could feel his breathing speed up. Impossible. Yiqianxue simply said. Yiqianxue, I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you had, but if you want to fight with me for this treasure, you'll lose your life. Yin Liehua's true yuan suddenly erupted, and the crimson true yuan melted the ice crystals in the cold pond. This terrifying power was simply too frightening. Under such pressure, Yiqianxue smiled indifferently and said, That's right, I don't use the spear, but I want all the treasures. Yin Liehua said coldly, Looks like you really want to die. Don't think that just because you're from the Heavenly King sect, I won't dare to touch you. Cut the crap if you want to fight. I'll give you a big surprise. Yiqianxue smiled coldly. His smile was evil and sinister. Their ranking and cultivation were originally on par. Now that Yiqianxue had obtained the ghost eye, he was confident that he could beat Yin Liehua. Thus, he refused to back down and insisted on competing with Yin Liehua. Moreover, the treasure was either an immortal or divine artifact. Even if he didn't use it, he could still use it to refine other treasures. The temptation of this treasure was still shocking to him. Courting death. Although Yin Liehua wasn't as bloodthirsty as Tang Jiu and Liu Dao, as a martial artist of the abstruse fire sect, he would never be soft-hearted. He was originally afraid of Yiqianxue being from the Heavenly King sect, so he didn't want to fight. But now, he couldn't just hand over the treasure he had just obtained. On his hands, raging flames surged. He had already developed a strong killing intent. As long as he killed Yiqianxue, no one would know what happened here, so he didn't have to worry. In an instant, a crimson-red palm print blasted out, like a huge millstone in the air. Ghost Eye, destroy. Naturally, Yiqianxue also felt Yin Liehua's killing intent. The moment Yin Liehua attacked, he also moved. The ghost eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and a red ray of light shot out, instantly blocking the crimson palm print. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides began to fight near the cold pond. Terrifying chi collided with each other, and then sputtered in all directions. Within the cold pond, ice pieces danced in the air, and it was abnormally cold. I was wondering what it was. So, you've also obtained a heaven's eye similar to Imo Wushang's. Looks like I can't keep you around. The ice shattered, and Yin Liehua seemed to have turned into a fire god. His entire body emitted scarlet flames. Then, both of his palms struck out continuously. Flaming storm palm. The palm wind shattered the air, creating a terrifying roar of wind and thunder. As far as the eye could see, the area around the cold pond was ablaze with flames, and a crimson storm was wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Terrifying palm imprints were constantly blasting out from the storm, enveloping Yiqianxue from all directions, trying to kill him. This scene was like an inescapable net, leaving Yiqianxue with no way to escape. Yiqianxue sneered, Yin Liehua, although your moves are powerful, you haven't improved at all. If this is the limit of your skills, then you'll die here today. After saying that, the ghost eye on his forehead emitted an even more glaring red light. Ghost Eye, 5 Ghosts Move Mountain. Suddenly, 5 ugly giant humanoid monsters appeared. Although their appearances were ugly, they seemed to be real. They didn't seem to be illusory creatures formed by true essence or soul power. These 5 monsters lifted a huge mountain and smashed it directly at Yin Liehua. It's probably because I, Yin Liehua, have been keeping a low profile recently that no one has taken me seriously. Today, I'll make you understand the consequences of underestimating me, Yin Liehua. Yin Liehua was naturally fearless in the face of such a powerful attack. His true essence gushed out, and his palms struck out continuously, clashing with Yiqianxue. Of these two, one was a disciple of the abstruse fire sect. He had always been hot-tempered and would kill at the slightest provocation. Therefore, Few in the Sky Dragon continent dared to provoke him. The other was a disciple of the Heavenly King sect. He had always been domineering and would destroy anyone he disliked. He was even more arrogant than the abstruse Fire sect. No one dared to offend him. Now that the two outstanding inner disciples of these two sects were fighting each other, it was a battle that caused the sky to darken. The ghost eyes and the crimson flames turned the cold pond into a scorching hell. If these two continued to fight, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to determine the winner. However, at this moment, there was a change in the battlefield. The red spear in the cold pond seemed to have sensed the familiar feeling from Yin Liehua and flew towards him. Ha ha ha, Yachinshue, you're dead meat. With the spear in hand, Yin Liehua was like a god. He shook the spear and stabbed at Yachinshue again. This time, the power was several times stronger than before. Flaming Storm Spear. It was the same move, but the power was 2 to 3 times stronger. The reason why Yin Liehua risked his life to get this spear was because his precious Jade Grade martial art was actually a spear art. Because he didn't have a suitable weapon, he could only barely use it in the form of a palm art. Unfortunately, the power was greatly reduced. Beheading blood. Within the flaming storm, the spear shadows gathered and turned into a storm of spears. Kacha. Yachinshue's protective Zhen Yuan was pierced through by the spear. The 5 Ghosts Move Mountain was also destroyed. His third eye was bleeding. Damn it, Yin Liehua, just you wait. Don't let me see you again. Yachinshue had just obtained the ghost eye and hadn't fully familiarized himself with it. He could have fought to a draw with Yin Liehua, or even won. However, Yin Liehua had obtained the red flame spear at this crucial moment, causing him to be at a disadvantage. He was a smart person and naturally didn't want to continue fighting with Yin Liehua. He turned and fled. Do you think you can run? Yin Liehua didn't want Yachinshue to lose and chased after him. Yin Liehua, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ghost Eye, Ghost King Peerless. More blood flowed out of the eye on his forehead, but the blood-red light was equally shocking. A terrifying soul power formed a huge ghost shadow in front of Yachinshue. A huge hand slapped down, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. Yin Liehua, who was in the midst of his pursuit, was sent flying by this huge palm, leaving behind a trail of blood in the air. Yachinshue, just you wait. Once I master this red flame spear, it will be your death. Yin Liehua finally understood how terrifying Yachinshue's ghost eye was. He turned and leaped a few times, disappearing into the distance. Yachinshue didn't dare to chase because he was also on the verge of collapse. Yin Liehua, once we get out, I'll kill you to vent my anger. But first, I have to get the treasure. Chapter 746. Yachinshue found a place to heal himself. Yin Liehua, on the other hand, crushed the secret scroll and left the true devil forbidden zone. He was heavily injured by Yachinshue and won't be able to recover immediately like before. If this continues, he'll be in trouble. Although he doesn't know how many cultivators are in the Death Gate, it's definitely more than one. If he meets someone else in this state, he'll be in trouble, because those who can enter the Death Gate are definitely not ordinary people. 6 treasures. 1 was sold to Ing Wuya by Ling Xiao, and 1 was obtained by Yin Liehua. Only 4 treasures are left. Ling Xiao, Feng Yaorao, Yachinshue, and Li Yudao are still in the Death Gate. About 2 hours have passed. This damn place seems close, but it's actually like a maze. Even if Ling Xiao has the mountain river map and carefully follows the map, he still needs to spend a lot of time. Finally, he arrived at the location of another treasure. This is a volcano, and it's a volcano that's erupting. Needless to say, this is a scene created by an array. It's no different from a real volcano, and its power is just as terrifying. Above the volcano, there's a huge fireball floating. Inside the fireball, there's an intense energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation is exactly the same as the one from the secret scroll. I hope it's a fusion stone. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He doesn't need anything else but a fusion stone. He can't see what's inside the fireball, so he can only look forward to it. Moreover, he had a feeling that the 6 treasures here should correspond to the 6 people who had entered this place. When true Devil Empire train their generals, they must choose treasures that are more suitable for them. Otherwise, if the treasures aren't suitable, then there's no point. It's the same situation now. Ing Wuya's golden rock claw and Yin Liehua's crimson flame spear are suitable for them. Therefore, Ling Xiao feels that one of the 6 treasures is suitable for him. Even if it's not a fusion stone, it's definitely something he can use. No matter what it is, let's get it first. Ling Xiao looked at the fireball and casually picked up a rock and threw it over. Puff. When the stone flew halfway, it suddenly exploded and turned into fragments. Moreover, there were some sparks on it. As expected, there is indeed a mechanism here. Ling Xiao smiled and began to crack the mechanism. The mechanism was only the embryonic form of an array formation. It was much simpler than deciphering the array formation. In less than 3 minutes, Ling Xiao had already solved the problem. Then, he soared into the air and pounced towards the fireball. Naturally, such a small temperature would not cause any harm to him. Bang! Just as he rose into the air, a golden ray of light shot towards him. It was a small golden bug that looked extremely ugly, but it was very dangerous. Before he even got close, Ling Xiao's entire body felt a huge threat. His muscles contracted as he prepared to face this terrifying sneak attack. Facing the sudden attack, Ling Xiao didn't even look at it. He just shot out a chi sword as if it was a conditioned reflex. Then, his body continued to fly forward and shattered the fireball. Inside the fireball, there was not a fusion stone, but a Heaven Pulse elixir. This elixir could only be used by Heaven Pulse martial artists. It could accelerate the formation of Heaven Pulse and then completely transform true core force into Heaven Essence Force. One must know that Ling Xiao only used a trace of Heaven Essence Force and could instantly kill a Heaven Pulse martial artist in the growth stage. If all of his true core force was transformed into Heaven Essence Force, he was confident that he could defeat a one-line sky martial artist. Grabbing the Heaven Pulse elixir in his hand and throwing it into the storage ring, Ling Xiao turned to look at the person who attacked him. Liu Dao, you're courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, and there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. When he was fighting with Tangjiu, Liu Dao said that he would kill him. But after all, it was just a sentence, so he didn't take it seriously. But this time, Liu Dao actually used the golden silkworm goo to deal with him. This was clearly to kill him. If his soul power was not strong enough to detect the presence of the golden silkworm goo in advance, this attack would definitely be able to severely injure him, even if it could not kill him. At that time, he would be directly thrown into the boiling magma, and there would be nothing left of him. You're still so arrogant when you're about to die. Don't think that you're invincible just because you killed Tangjiu with a sneak attack. Hand over the Heaven Pulse elixir, and I'll leave your corpse intact. I can even make you into my goo puppet and make you work for me. Liu Dao revealed a sinister expression. Although Ling Xiao had broken his sneak attack with a single strike, he was actually not surprised. In order to not be discovered by Ling Xiao, he did not use much true core force in the attack just now. It was only 20 to 30%. The purpose was to knock Ling Xiao into the volcano, so he did not have to do it himself. Now that Ling Xiao was not dead, he was still confident that he could kill Ling Xiao. You're quite arrogant. You want me to give you what I got? Why? Ling Xiao was amused by Liu Dao's words. Because I'm stronger than you. Liu Dao was full of confidence. Before entering the true Devil Forbidden area, he really did not put Ling Xiao in his eyes. Now that this guy's cultivation had increased slightly, he was so arrogant. It seemed that if he did not teach this kid a lesson, he would have lived in vain. Give me what I want, and you'll die, but I'll leave your corpse intact. If you don't give me what I want, you'll still die, but you'll be bitten to death by my insects, or you'll become my human-shaped puppet. Choose for yourself. Liu Dao secretly began to gather his strength. He said this deliberately to make Ling Xiao careless. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would agree to such harsh conditions. Aren't you worried that I'll escape with a secret technique scroll? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. If you dare to escape, I'll specifically find people from your Yuehua school and kill them. I'll kill them until there's no one left in your sect. Liu Dao sinisterly threatened. Fine. Since you've said this much, then don't even think about leaving here alive. Ling Xiao did not like others using his sect's people to threaten him. Liu Dao not only wanted to kill him, but also wanted to kill his sect's people. This made him very unhappy. The consequences of being unhappy were very serious. Since you're not willing to cooperate, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Liu Dao had already gathered enough strength to attack. He had been eyeing Ling Xiao covetously for a long time. Right now, he was only releasing the moves that he had prepared. I killed Tangjiu before. Perhaps you're not convinced. Then I'll kill you as well, and completely sever the 3 southern sects' delusions of our Yuehua school. Previously, when Ling Xiao had gone to the capital of Northern Han, he had learned that the 3 southern sects had colluded with the crown prince of Northern Han, Zhao Yu, in an attempt to destroy the Yuehua school and Beast King Palace. Chapter 747. Although he had overheard that the 3 southern sects were colluding with the Sword King sect to destroy the Yuehua school and the Beast King Palace, it was most likely true since Zhao Yu was involved, and there was also that grief. He was already very unhappy with Liu Dao, and thinking about what had happened before, he was afraid that if he did not kill this person, there would be endless trouble in the future. Perhaps Ling Xiao did not have more than a 60% chance of winning against Liu Dao before. However, now that his cultivation had improved greatly, he could firmly suppress Liu Dao. He did not even need to enter his human dragon form to deal with him easily. It was a pity that Liu Dao did not know that his cultivation had improved greatly in a short time. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly come to find trouble with him alone. At the very least, he would have found a helper to deal with him. It seems that you really want to die. Gu poison divine palm. Liu Dao's eyes flashed with a gloomy black light as he suddenly blasted out a palm. The air was filled with a pungent smell. A purple-black true essence hand broke through the air and directly covered Ling Xiao. The poison contained in it was so strong that ordinary half-step heavenly venerables would be powerless after smelling it. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary half-step heavenly venerate. He was a heavenly vein martial artist. Insignificant skill. Ling Xiao pointed out with a calm expression. A chi sword broke through the air and hit the weakest point of the Gu poison divine palm. Smack. Although it wasn't strong, it easily shattered the strange hand formed from true essence. This kid is really difficult to deal with. Only then did Liu Dao realize that Ling Xiao was not easy to deal with. In front of this kid, he really could not expose even the slightest flaw. Even if it was a flaw in his martial arts, he had to completely hide it. Otherwise, his opponent would definitely seize the opportunity to attack him in one fell swoop. No wonder you are so arrogant. Let's see how you break my golden silkworm divine Gu. Liu Dao sneered. Golden light shone brightly behind him. A huge golden silkworm Gu opened its mouth and spat out countless smaller golden silkworm Gu. Each of them was extremely fast. It would have been fine if they were just fast, but the most surprising thing was that each of these golden lights was approaching Ling Xiao in a strange way, as if they were progressively approaching him, instead of attacking in a straight line. Not only were their trajectories illusory, but they were also very strange. It's still a small trick. What can you do to me? I'll break it for you. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His 2 hands danced, but he did not draw his sword. Of the 9 meridians chi sword, the one with the widest killing range, the rising sun sword radiance, was instantly displayed. A golden sun rose above Ling Xiao's head, and then 10,000 golden rays shot towards the countless golden silkworm Gu. Not only did the golden light contain the terrifying will of slaughter, but it also contained the powerful will of mountains and rivers. Golden silkworm Gu was also a living being, but it was a special living being. Facing the pressure of the will of the mountains and rivers, he actually paused for a moment. It was this moment of pause that the sword radiance took advantage of. One by one, their bodies were pierced through, turning into golden specks of light and disappearing. Not only that, the sword radiance that spread out was still unstoppable, enveloping Liu Dao. The fierce battle here did not stop. Outside the true devil-forbidden area, the atmosphere was also very tense. As Ing Wuya and Yin Liehua were eliminated one after another, the restless sects erupted like a volcano that had just been awakened by a heavy thunder firebomb. Discussions and quarrels rose one after another. Everyone was discussing what exactly had happened inside. On the side of the three southern sects, the faces of the three sect leaders were not looking good. In the capital of Northern Han, Ling Xiao killed the chief core disciple of the Poison King sect. In the True Devil Forbidden area, Ling Xiao killed the chief core disciple of the Tang sect, Tang Jiu. And now, Li Yudao still had not come out. Whether he was dead or alive, this made people extremely worried. Li Yudao can't be dead, right? His strength shouldn't be as strong as Yin Liehua. Yin Liehua was eliminated. Can he still persist? It's hard to say. Among those who have not come out, there are only 4 people left. I think that Yaqin Xue and Feng Yaorao could have killed Li Yudao. Ling Xiao also hasn't come out, but he doesn't have the strength. It won't be easy to sneak attack him. After all, he killed Tang Jiu. Li Yudao will definitely be on guard. If it's really Ling Xiao, our 3 southern sects will completely flatten that Yuehua school even if we have to risk our lives. The Gu King's sect leader coldly snorted. His voice was very loud, deliberately for others to hear. If the chief core disciples of the 3 southern sects were to die in the hands of Ling Xiao, it would be hard to quell their anger if this Ling Xiao didn't die. Therefore, no matter who came to stop them, it would be impossible to quell their anger. Hee, the 3 southern sects are really going to be angered to death. I think Li Yudao really died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Why? That Ling Xiao is very cunning. Although he's not as strong as Li Yudao, it's because of this that he's not easy to notice. It's easy to sneak attack him. Don't be funny. Maybe Li Yudao is chasing after Ling Xiao. That's also possible. I'm really looking forward to the final result. When will it end? At the Yuehua school side, Lan Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, listening to Ing Wuya, junior brother Ling is definitely fine. Moreover, his strength has greatly increased. The chances of him killing Li Yudao are very high. We have to be prepared to fight with the 3 southern sections. Yes, Li Yudao is also a bloodthirsty person. It's impossible for him to not attack Ling Xiao. In this way, the 2 of them will inevitably fight. At that time, we'll see if both of them die or escape with a secret scroll. Golden Ray Tianzuan also sighed with emotion. Before coming here, he really didn't expect that the disciples of the Yuehua school could hold on until now. This had already broken the previous record. If this continues, they might really compete for the position of one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Once the battle begins, it won't stop until one of us dies. Escaping is impossible. Wu Xiang sighed and said, there are certain conditions for using secret technique scrolls. In a combat state, it's impossible to use the escape scroll, and there's not enough time. This is also why some disciples have secret technique scrolls but still died inside. How can this be? Isn't senior brother Ling in danger? Dai Yuling said worriedly. No, I'm afraid that Li Yudao is the one in danger. If he really provokes Ling Xiao, he'll definitely die. You all should be prepared. Perhaps after the preliminaries, there will be a bloody battle. Wu Xiang reminded. Everyone nodded. Now that things have come to this, they can only unite and resist the foreign enemy. In any case, this battle will happen sooner or later. It's better to come early than late. As long as the 3 southern sects are defeated, the Yuehua school will dominate the entire eastern and southern regions. Even northern Han will be completely controlled by the Yuehua school. This is extremely beneficial to the development of the Yuehua school in the future. Chapter 748. The higher-ups of the Sword King sect had also been paying attention to the movements of the Yuehua school. They didn't leave because they were waiting for Ling Xiao to come out. Master, could it be that Ling Xiao was killed by Li Yudao inside? That would be retribution. Chen Ming said. Chen Nanqing shook his head and said, when Jian Feng was eliminated, he said that he felt Ling Xiao's aura. That kid shouldn't be dead. What's more, Ing Wuya from the Beast King Palace also said that he saw Ling Xiao. This shouldn't be false. That kid is probably searching for treasures now. Treasures? Chun Ming and Jian Feng were a little confused. They didn't make it to the final checkpoint. Jian Feng was defeated by a Heaven Realm cultivator. He was slightly better than Chen Ming, but he still stopped there. Yes, it's rumored that if you defeat the last Heaven Realm cultivator, You can open the gate of life and death. If you choose to enter the gate of life and death, you can get a precious treasure. Chun Nanqing pondered and said, among the treasures inside, the worst martial arts manuals are at least precious jade-grade martial arts, which are considered the most precious treasures of the 12 sections. The worst weapons are at least immortal-grade artifacts, and if you are lucky, you might even get a divine-grade artifact. How can this be? Each person gets one treasure. 6 people get 6 treasures? I just saw Yin Liehua come out with a long spear. He should have gotten a treasure. The remaining 5 treasures won't be taken away by the others inside, right? Chen Ming said nervously. Chun Nanqing frowned and said, it doesn't matter if others get it. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao will get it. He's only a transcendent realm cultivator, but he made our Sword King sect suffer. If we let him grow, I'm afraid our Sword King sect will be completely finished. Then what should we do? Chun Ming was anxious. The strength of the Sword King sect is not as simple as it looks. Our Hall of Assassins is not to be trifled with. The few elders of the Hall of Assassins all cultivate sword techniques that can kill people. If this brat comes out alive this time, we must send all of them to kill him. When mentioning the Sword King sect's Hall of Assassins, many martial artists were terrified. It was said that there were a total of 5 elders in the Sword King sect's Hall of Assassins, and all of them cultivated slaughter sword techniques. Their sword moves were all extremely vicious, and all of them were celestial realm experts. One of them was enough to make Ling Xiao die without a burial ground. This time, Chun Nanqing planned to send out 5 people. He really thought that Ling Xiao was a difficult opponent to deal with. The Hall of Assassins was also the Sword King sect's final trump card. Once these 5 people died, the Sword King sect would not be far from destruction. The reason why the people of Jianghu feared the Sword King sect was not because of Chen Nanqing, but because of these 5 people. These 5 people were not as strong as Chen Nanqing, but they were elusive and hard to track. If you offended them, you might not be able to sleep or eat in peace. Inside the true Devil Forbidden area, Ling Xiao did not know about the plans of the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect. He was currently dealing with Li Yudao with all his might. Li Yudao's growth surprised him a little. This guy seemed to have had some kind of fortuitous encounter on his previous journey. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grow to his current level. The one who was even more surprised than him was actually Li Yudao. Li Yudao never thought that after his strength had increased greatly and he had become a heaven-vain martial artist, he would still be unable to defeat Ling Xiao. Instead, he was being suppressed everywhere. How was this possible? He found it hard to believe. Seeing Ling Xiao's terrifying golden sword light coming straight at him, each of the golden light having the power to pierce through metal and shatter rocks, he couldn't help but feel the killing intent in his heart grow even stronger. Ling Xiao's growth made him jealous and made him feel an unprecedented fear. He had to kill Ling Xiao here, or else he would not have the chance in the future. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Ling Xiao was indeed more terrifying than he had imagined. Golden Silkworm Transformation. Break for me. Suddenly, Li Yudao's aura changed. His entire body was wrapped in golden light, and the golden silkworm goose shadow behind him disappeared. Replacing it was a change in his body. His body actually had 70% of the golden silkworm's appearance, and his strength had also increased by 70%. With just a wave of his palm, the majestic palm force blocked all the sword light. The sword light shattered like glass hitting a rock. Oh, I didn't expect you to have learned the martial spirit transformation technique. Is this the golden silkworm body? And it's the 7th form. It's quite powerful. Ling Xiao's mouth was full of praise, but his heart was filled with disdain. After Li Yudao transformed into the golden silkworm body, his strength increased greatly. But Ling Xiao had seen this transformation more than once. The Decepticons and Ing Wuya had used it before. This seemed to be a special battle method of the animal martial spirit. Ling Xiao's human dragon form was similar to this, but in terms of power, it was obviously stronger. Moreover, he could use the Dragon Clan's martial arts. The rising sun sword light was shattered by Li Yudao's palm force. Li Yudao was unforgiving. With a leap, a pair of thin golden cicada wings flapped rapidly on his back. Terrifying palm force blasted towards Ling Xiao one after another. Those purplish-black palms contained special poisonous insects. If one was imprinted with a palm, it would be very troublesome. However, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly and didn't take it seriously. Human dragon, first form, heavenly dragon divine finger, dragon roar. Ling Xiao also entered the human dragon form, but it was only the first form. He felt that it was enough to defeat Li Yudao. After entering the human dragon form, he could use the heavenly dragon divine finger and dragon roar. Similarly, entering the martial spirit transformation, Ling Xiao was obviously more powerful. Facing Li Yudao's palm shadows, not only did he not retreat, but he also took out the overflow rain sword to attack. The overflow rain sword in his hand was breathtaking. In just an instant, the palm shadows that filled the sky were all shattered. Li Yudao only comprehended the martial spirit transformation recently. His mastery of the martial spirit transformation wasn't that outstanding. Facing Ling Xiao's human dragon form, how could he resist? Seeing that his palm shadows were broken, he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, a golden silkworm goo appeared in front of him and used all his strength to defend. Puff. Even though he defended with all his might, Li Yudao still spat out a mouthful of black blood. He had clearly suffered serious internal injuries. Just as Ling Xiao was about to give chase and kill Li Yudao, a blood-red light suddenly shot over. Ling Xiao dodged. Although he wasn't injured, he had missed the best opportunity to pursue. Hehe, Li Yudao, looks like you're not that capable. You don't even have the qualifications to perish together with this kid. Do you want me to help you? A figure walked out from the darkness. It was the fully recovered Yiqianxue. He had actually arrived long ago. He originally wanted to wait for Ling Xiao and Li Yudao to both be injured so that he could reap the benefits. However, Ling Xiao's fighting strength was far beyond his expectations. Li Yudao was beaten to the point of spitting out blood in just a few moves. He had no choice but to launch a sneak attack. Unfortunately, the sneak attack didn't succeed. Chapter 749. Son of a bitch, Yiqianxue, you're finally willing to come out? Li Yudao cursed. You really disappoint me, losing so easily. If I didn't intervene, you'd be dead for sure. Yiqianxue said in disdain. Don't talk like it's easy. Now that this brat has matured, not to mention me, even you can't deal with him. We're about the same. Li Yudao urged the golden silkworm goo to continue defending in front of him, guarding against Ling Xiao's sneak attack, and then looked at Yiqianxue. Yiqianxue did not refute Li Yudao's words. He had carefully observed the battle just now. Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying, and it seemed like he had not used up all of his strength yet. If he fought alone, he had no confidence in winning. This was also the reason why he wanted to save Li Yudao, because he wanted to join forces with Li Yudao to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the two people in front of him indifferently. He had already noticed Yiqianxue's appearance, but he did not want to provoke two people at the same time, so he ignored it and planned to kill Li Yudao first. But Yiqianxue's sneak attack had completely ignited his killing intent. If such a person could sneak attack him now, there would be many more in the future. He had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. In the mystic world, there was no room for mercy, or the one who would die in the future would be you. He wanted to kill Yiqianxue. How could Yiqianxue not want to kill him? In Yiqianxue's view, this Ling Xiao was too strange. His strength had risen so quickly that even the Holy Sun could not compare to him. No wonder the Holy Sun wanted this brat's life. Now it seemed that this brat could not be left alive, or else he would become a troublemaker in the future. How about joining forces? Yiqianxue looked at Li Yudao and asked. That's what I was thinking. Li Yudao nodded. Both of them wanted Ling Xiao dead, so they naturally hit it off on this matter. How do we divide the Heaven Pulse Elixir? Li Yudao asked again. There was only one Heaven Pulse Elixir, so it was not easy to divide it. Yiqianxue snorted with disdain. Although the Heaven Pulse pellet is precious, my cultivation method has no use for it. You can have it. Even if I don't want the Heaven Pulse pellet, I want this Ling Xiao dead. It was not that he didn't need the Heaven Pulse Elixir, but he could give up the Heaven Pulse Elixir to kill Ling Xiao. In any case, excluding this treasure, there were still 3 treasures here. If he gave this to Li Yudao, he could go and snatch the other treasures. Good, that's great, Liu Dao shouted as he took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. His injuries were temporarily suppressed and golden light once again enveloped his body. Yiqian Shui didn't stay idle either. Not only did he recover from his injuries, but his ghost eye's power had also increased. If he encountered Ling Xiao again, he would be able to defeat him. Therefore, he was confident that he could kill Ling Xiao together with Liu Dao. In his ghost eye, a red light flashed as a ferocious ghost king condensed and pounced on Ling Xiao. At the same time, Liu Dao had also pounced on him. A huge true yuan handprint was filled with an evil purplish-black color. Since you've decided to fight, then there's no going back. Both of you will die here today. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he entered the 10th form of the humanoid dragon. Against these two, it was impossible for him to win in the first form. Swoosh! A terrifying aura shot up into the sky. It was so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut through everything. It was as if a peerless sword had suddenly been unsheathed, showing off his ability. Lightning phenomenon, advent of the sword demon. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the human-shaped sword chi wrapped in the terrifying power of lightning pounced on the two in front of him. 13 human-shaped sword chis targeted at the opponent's weak points to attack, using the least amount of energy to achieve the greatest effect. Boom! The terrifying sword was like a divine sword descending from the heavens. It cut through Liu Dao and Yiqian Shui's attacks and broke their joint attack in one move. Liu Dao's palm shadow dissipated. Yiqian Shui's Ghost King collapsed. Their expressions changed. Ling Xiao's sudden increase in strength was completely out of their expectations. Although they felt that Ling Xiao was still holding back, they did not expect him to have such terrifying strength. With just one move, he easily destroyed their joint attack. What kind of freak is this guy? Yiqian Shui, don't hold back. Otherwise, both of us will die here. If we don't get rid of this kid, we'll never have a day of peace. As Liu Dao's voice fell, the golden silkworm body changed again. It entered the 10th form and turned into a human-shaped golden silkworm goo. The 10th form of the martial spirit transformation doubled one's strength. His entire body was emitting a terrifying aura, as if he was an extremely evil demon that stepped out of the abyss. Yiqian Shui did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and the ghost eye on his forehead bled again. But this time, it was not the Ghost King that appeared. Instead, it was his own body that had undergone a transformation. He had turned into the king of evil ghosts. Ghost eye, ghost transformation. Yiqian Shui was prepared to go all out. He felt that Liu Dao was right. If they could not kill Ling Xiao here, the two of them would definitely be the ones to die. Rumble. Liu Dao and Yiqian Shui did not hold back in their joint attack. They used all their trump cards. It could be said that this was the strongest attack they had ever made. The terrifying ghost claw tore through the scorching hot air and slammed towards Ling Xiao with an ancient and sinister aura. At the same time, a huge golden silkworm goo opened its mouth and tore at Ling Xiao. The two forces were extremely sinister and resonated in the air. It was even more powerful than their joint attack. Facing such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. The overflow rain sword in his right hand formed the sword demon's descent and attacked with 13 human-shaped sword chi. Bam, 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 bam. The huge ghost claw was blocked by the human-shaped sword chi, and it actually stopped in mid-air, unable to advance even half an inch. At this moment, Ling Xiao raised the raging wind sword in his left hand. Shadow sword technique. Raging waves of 1,000 layers. The other move also broke through the air. Together with the wind celestial phenomenon, the waves formed by the sword chi were stronger and thicker than ever before. Damn it! Liu Dao did not dare to block this sword. He had used all his true yuan on the attack. This was definitely the time when his defense was at its weakest. Not to mention such a powerful sword move, even an ordinary sword move would be able to kill him. Liu Dao did not have time to think. He actually stopped midway and changed from offense to defense. He wanted to save his life and escape. At this moment, he no longer thought about defeating or killing Ling Xiao. As long as he could save his life, he would turn and run. Pong, 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 pong. The terrifying 1,000 layers wave continued to chase after Li Yudao. Li Yudao's defense crumbled layer by layer, and his protective True Yuan was completely shattered. The golden silkworm Gu also fell apart. The terrifying sword chi wave swallowed Li Yudao and shredded him into pieces. Chapter 750. When Li Yudao retreated, Yiqian Shui was in trouble because he had withdrawn his power. With Li Yudao's power, Yiqian Shui could have fought Ling Zhao's human-shaped sword chi to a standstill. But now that Li Yudao was dead, Yiqian Shui could feel that his power was running out. The human-shaped sword chi easily shattered his ghostly claw. He was so frightened that he quickly ran away. Along the way, he formed a Ghost King to block Ling Zhao's pursuit. "Do you think you can escape?" Ling Zhao's voice was like an evil spirit. The human-shaped sword chi easily tore apart the Ghost King and pierced through Yiqian Shui's body. "No!" Yiqian Shui screamed in fear. "I can't die. I can't die. I just got the ghost eye." "Don't worry. I'll take care of your ghost eye. You don't have to worry about it." Ling Zhao let out a cold laugh and tossed the ghost eye into his mountain river martial spirit. He was going to merge the ghost eye with the Lantern Fish clan's ghost lantern. This way, he would be able to generate more power and perhaps even forge a new martial soul. After all, he needed a martial soul that specialized in soul attacks. Then, he took Li Yudao and Yiqian Shui's storage rings. There were at least 3 million low-grade spiritual stones and 200,000 mid-grade spiritual stones in their storage rings. These were all obtained after entering the True Devil Forbidden area. He put away the 2 storage rings and heaved a sigh of relief. Even if others suspected that he was the one who killed these 2 people, they would not act rashly without solid evidence. After all, although Yiqian Shui was outstanding, he was only an inner disciple of the Heavenly King sect. He was not even a core disciple. The Heavenly King sect would not go against the Moon Lady for him. As for the Gu King sect, since they were already like fire and water, it did not matter. Once he got out of here, the first thing he had to do was to destroy the prestige of the 3 southern sects and let them fall completely. Outside the True Devil Forbidden area, 2 rays of light shot out from the huge black tornado, revealing the names and images of 2 people. Li Yudao, Yiqian Shui. They are dead? Only martial artists who were confirmed dead would have such a display. This was also the reason why those who had no news before were confirmed dead. Who is it? Who killed Yudao? Who is it? The Gu King sect's sect master's eyes were almost spitting fire as he roared furiously at the sky. Unfortunately, no one could answer his question. On the other hand, the Heavenly King sect was not as excited. Yiqian Shui's death did come as a surprise to them, but since he couldn't pass the preliminaries, he was just a piece of trash. There was nothing to be surprised about. Of course, if they found out who killed Yiqian Shui, they wouldn't just stand by and watch. They would just kill the culprit. A figure instantly appeared in Ing Wuya's mind. Ling Zhao's strength had long been ingrained in his heart, so he was certain that these 2 people were killed by Ling Zhao. But he wouldn't say it out loud. Firstly, there was no evidence. Secondly, he didn't want to offend Ling Zhao anymore. On the other hand, Yin Liehua was incomparably glad. He chose the Crimson Flame Spear and retreated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape death. After all, this person was able to kill Yiqian Shui and Li Yudao. Could it be Feng Yaorao? Just as he was guessing, a figure shot out from the crack. Feng Yaorao? It's the Sky Dragon Institute's Feng Yaorao. She should be the last person to come out. Could it be that Yiqian Shui and Li Yudao were killed by her? You can't say that. The True Devil Forbidden Land is filled with danger. Not all deaths are caused by martial artists killing each other, but by the monsters inside. That's true. Feng Yaorao frowned, a helpless expression on her face. She had obtained a treasure. It was a cultivation technique that was suitable for her. She originally planned to continue searching and obtain more treasures, but after seeing Ling Zhao killing Yiqian Shui and Li Yudao, she fell into despair. She immediately used a secret technique scroll and left. 6 treasures, 1 for Ing Wuya, 1 for Yin Liehua, 1 for Feng Yaorao. The remaining 3 fell into Ling Zhao's hands. There was no doubt about it, because Ling Zhao was the only one left in the True Devil Forbidden Land. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Dragon Institute would emerge victorious in this preliminary round. Yeah, Feng Yaorao must have obtained a lot of treasures. I'm afraid she'll be one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty this time. Seeing Feng Yaorao come out, everyone started discussing, feeling that the preliminary round was finally over. Although it was a little unexpected, it wasn't completely out of everyone's expectations. But right at this time, a discordant voice sounded. Something's not right. The time isn't up yet. Also, did you forget someone? No. Everyone was confused. Those who could compete with Yin Liehua, Yiqian Shui, and Feng Yaorao were all either dead or eliminated. Who else could it be? That disciple from the Yuehua school. Ling Xiao. Yeah, how could we forget about that kid? His presence is too weak. But that kid, how can he last until the end? I think he's definitely trapped inside. It's not like this hasn't happened before. Yeah, how can a mere Yuehua school have a disciple more outstanding than the Holy Sun? Ridiculous. Ha ha ha, yeah. I might believe it if it's someone else, but forget about the Yuehua school. Almost no one believed that Ling Xiao was still alive. There were only a handful of people who believed that Ling Xiao had killed Li Yudao and Yiqian Shui. Feng Yaorao shook her head inwardly. Bunch of idiots. You guys haven't seen how vicious and terrifying that kid is. If you do, you'll understand that you can't be his enemy. He's too scary. Time passed slowly, and the time of the true Devil Forbidden Land's closure was approaching. Once the Black Dragon Scroll closes, it's impossible to teleport out even if you have a secret scroll. At that time, you'll definitely be trapped inside. If you're lucky, you might have a chance to come out the next time the true Devil Forbidden Land opens. Look. I told you, Ling Xiao must be trapped inside. He's just not dead yet. That's why there's no notification. Yeah, looks like he's really trapped. How could a mere Yuehua school have such a heaven-defying disciple? Yuehua school's side was also worried. Will something really happen to Ling Xiao? Let's wait a little longer. There's still some time before the Black Dragon Scroll closes. Yeah, with senior brother Ling's strength, he won't just sit there and wait for death. Time continued to pass. Finally, the Black Dragon Scroll was almost completely closed. There was only a small gap that was invisible to the naked eye. In the eyes of most people, it was no different from a complete closure. Chapter 751. Ha 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 ha. Retribution. Ling Xiao killed Tangjiu. He deserves to be trapped in there. The Tang sect master laughed heartily, and he was extremely elated. This kid finally died in there. This will save us a lot of time. On the Sword King sect side, Chen Nanxing let out a long breath. Killing Ling Xiao was truly an extremely difficult task. Even if all the people of the Sword King sect's Hall of Assassins were sent out, they could do nothing as long as Ling Xiao hid in the Yuehua school. Now that Ling Xiao is dead, it was actually a very lucky thing for him. No, Ling Xiao won't die. Dai Yuling sobbed. The rest of the people didn't look too good either. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to make any amazing achievements. They just hoped that Ling Xiao would be fine. However, the reality was so cruel. Whoosh! At this moment, the originally closed Black Dragon Scroll suddenly trembled violently, and then a golden light rushed out from the small gap in the scroll. Everyone was stunned. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Astonishment. Unbelievable. There were all kinds of expressions. Why are you all looking at me like that? Ling Xiao said slowly with a smile. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to get all the remaining treasures, he wouldn't have taken so long to come out. Among the 3 treasures, one was the Heaven Pulse Elixir. He hadn't taken it yet, but it could help him advance to the mature Heaven Pulse Martial Artist, or even the complete Heaven Pulse Martial Artist. The second was a set of martial arts manuals that were very suitable for Heaven Pulse Martial Artists. It was called the Mysterious Art of Tianyuan. It was a set of auxiliary skills. Instead of saying that it was suitable for Heaven Pulse Martial Artists, it was more accurate to say that it could only be practiced by Heaven Pulse Martial Artists. This set of martial arts manuals was to transform true core force into Heaven Essence Force. It was very useful for Ling Xiao. The third item was the fusion stone that Ling Xiao needed the most. Not only one, but 10 of them. His current weapons were the Thunder Shadow Sword, the Raging Wind Sword, the Overflowing Rain Sword, and the Purple Lightning Sword. As for the Bewildering Mist Sword and Snow Feather Sword, there was no need for them to level up because they were already immortal-grade artifacts. The Ice Dragon Sword Ling Xiao planned to give it to his younger brother Ling Luo. This sword had accompanied him for a very long time. Now, it was basically useless. Keeping it would only serve as a remembrance. It would be better to give it to his younger brother, Ling Luo. At least it would be useful. Of these 3 items, only the Fusion Stone was created specifically for him. The other 2 items were very useful to everyone. Of course, Ling Xiao kept the 3 treasures in his storage ring and did not take them out. Otherwise, there would be countless pairs of greedy eyes staring at him. Even so, he still became the center of attention. Impossible. This brat actually came out alive. Since he's already out, what else is impossible? Maybe he was the one who killed Ye Qinxue and Li Yudao. Bah. Don't talk nonsense. How could this nobody kill those 2? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Such thoughts were actually the true thoughts of most of the cultivators present. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao had the ability to kill Ye Qinxue and Li Yudao. They would rather believe that those 2 were killed by the traps or monsters in the true Devil Forbidden Grounds. Ling Xiao, you're finally out. Dai Yuling didn't care about her shyness and directly jumped into Ling Xiao's embrace. To be honest, when she saw the Black Dragon scroll completely closed, she felt as if the entire world had turned dark. It's fine now. Ling Xiao lightly patted Dai Yuling's back. To this emotional idiot, Dai Yuling's feelings were impossible for him to understand. In his eyes, this was the pure love between a younger brother and an older sister. The 2 of them walked to the front of the Yuehua school's camp. Wu Xiang laughed and said, "Kid, you almost scared me to death. If something really happened to you, the Moon Maiden would definitely tear me apart." "Senior brother Wu, you're worrying too much. I was able to break through the Moonlight Pagoda, so this true Devil Forbidden Grounds is nothing. I was only delayed for a while because I wanted to get something," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Good. Not only did you return safely, but you also broke the Holy Sun's record. Let's see who dares to look down on our Yuehua school in the future," Wu Xiang said excitedly. At this time, Heavenly Eye walked over and asked in a low voice, "Ling Xiao, did you kill Ye Qinxue and Li Yudao?" Although he knew that now wasn't the time to ask about this, it was better to clarify some things. If it was really Ling Xiao who killed them, they could deal with the other party with all their might. However, if that wasn't the case and the other party came to fight with them again, there was no need for them to meet force with force. Of course, Heavenly Eye used telepathy. There were too many experts here. If he spoke directly, no matter how soft his voice was, it would be easily heard by others. That's right. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He also felt that even if he wanted to hide this matter from others, he couldn't hide it from his sect. Although Heavenly Eye had treated him unfairly in the past, he was still someone who cared about the Yuehua school wholeheartedly, unlike Chang Yueli and Chang Yueying. Heavens! You really did it. Heavenly Eye couldn't help but gasp. He didn't believe it at first. After all, Ye Qinxue and Li Yudao weren't ordinary people. How could Ling Xiao kill them? But now that Ling Xiao admitted it, there was nothing for him not to believe. Heavenly Eye was shocked. If Ling Xiao could defeat Ye Qinxue and Li Yudao, then he would at least be able to enter the top 100 in this Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. In this way, Yuehua School's position in the 12 sects would naturally rise. If he was lucky, he might even be able to enter the top 50 or 20. He didn't dare to think about the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, but entering the top 20 would be good enough. He thought that Ling Xiao had killed Ye Qinxue and Li Yudao in a one-on-one situation, so he didn't dare to think about the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. But if he knew that Ling Xiao had actually won in a one-on-two situation, he probably wouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao so much. Yuehua School kid, do you admit that you killed Tangju of the Tang sect? Just as Yuehua School was enjoying themselves, an angry voice came from the Tang sect. It was the Tang sect master. Tangju's death had already infuriated him, and now that Ling Xiao had escaped alive, he was even more furious. If Tangju had survived, he might have had a chance to compete for the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. But now, it was all over. As he spoke, The Tang sect master approached Ling Xiao and released a terrifying aura to intimidate Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to lie. But Ling Xiao didn't care about his aura at all. Chapter 752. When Ling Xiao's cultivation was not as high as it was now, he was not afraid of the Yuehua sect's law enforcement hall's first seat. Now that he had become a Heaven Meridian martial artist, why would he be afraid of a mere Tang sect master? The Tang sect master was only in the celestial realm, far from Wu Xiang's level. He couldn't even compare to the Moon Maiden. Perhaps it was because he had been with these big shots for a long time, but Ling Xiao had the demeanor of an expert. He didn't change his expression even in the face of great storms. He glanced at the Tang sect master and said, "It's true that I killed him, but it's not a sneak attack because he's not worthy. Bastard, how dare you humiliate the Tang sect's top core disciple?" The core disciples of the Tang sect were furious. "What? You don't agree? It's normal to kill in the true devil forbidden area. If you're afraid of death, don't go in. Now you're so noisy. Is that all the Tang sect has? If you don't agree, you can come and try." Ling Xiao stared coldly at the Tang sect disciple, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. That person swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to speak. "If you don't dare to come, then don't fart," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "Brother Tang, there's no need to waste your breath on him. He killed Sad Heartbreak and Tangjiu. With the three clans working together, do you think we can't defeat the Yuehua sect? Let's capture him first and interrogate him." The Poison King sect master's cultivation wasn't as high as the Tang sect master's, but he was still considered one of the top celestial realm cultivators. He wasn't inferior to Chang Yueying, but he hadn't reached the Grotto Heaven realm yet. He wasn't thinking about revenge. Most importantly, he was greedy for the treasures Ling Xiao brought out. The death of Sad Heartbreak or Tangjiu might cause great damage to the two sects, but if they could obtain the treasures in the true devil forbidden area, they would be able to create a second Tangjiu and Sad Heartbreak in a short time. "That's right, I have the same idea. I'm afraid Yudeo's death is related to this kid," the Poison King sect master said coldly. These three people's cultivations were similar, but the three of them added together were still not a match for Wu Xiang. So even though they were hooting loudly in the end, no one dared to make a move. "Humph. The disciples of my Yuehua school are not for the three southern sects to teach them a lesson." An even more terrifying aura suddenly rose up. It turned out that Wu Xiang had blocked in front of Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with determination. He was determined to protect Ling Xiao today. Whoever wanted Ling Xiao's life would be his enemy. The leader of the Gu King sect sneered when he saw Wu Xiang. "Your Yuehua school is ranked last among the 12 sects. What right do you have to talk to the three sects of the south? You're not weak, but the three sects of the south are not to be trifled with either. I advise you to hand over Ling Xiao, and our three southern sects will not make things difficult for the rest of you. Otherwise, you won't be able to return to your sects today. If that's the case, why aren't you making a move?" Wu Xiang looked at the three people in front of him mockingly. If Chang Yueying was still the sect master, Ling Xiao would probably be handed over directly today. However, the current sect master of the Yuehua school was him, Wu Xiang. There was no reason for him to let Ling Xiao bear the responsibility alone. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye, and the others also stood together with Wu Xiang. If they let someone else take Ling Xiao away in front of them, the Yuehua school would really become a laughing stock. Ling Xiao killed Ao Chu, a disciple of the Sword King sect. "Let me help you." The Sword King sect master, Chun Nanqing, knew that the three southern sect masters combined were no match for Wu Xiang, so he wanted to help. Since the three southern sects had fallen out with the Yuehua school, he could totally lead the people of the Sword King sect to attack together. "Thank you." The three southern sects also had Grotto Heaven realm experts, but they were not the sect masters, but the great elders of the three sections. This time, the great elders of the three sects did not come, so they could only rely on Chun Nanqing. In any case, they had secretly colluded with the Sword King sect, so it was not a big deal. "Kill." Chun Nanqing glanced at Ling Xiao and snorted coldly. A terrifying aura rushed towards Ling Xiao. In the sky, A huge sword descended and directly pierced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt as if his body was unable to move, as if he was bound by the terrifying sword intent. Break. The purple flash sword appeared in his hand, and a sword light pierced through the sky, condensing a powerful will of destruction, vowing to break through the heavy bindings. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded. Although the sword did not break Chun Nanqing's attack, it just happened to cut through the binding of the sword intent. Although it was only for a moment, it still allowed Ling Xiao to find the time to escape from the attack range. Good boy. Chun Nanqing could not help but be surprised. Ling Xiao seemed to be even stronger than the last time he saw him. Frowning slightly, his killing intent grew stronger, and the heaven's origin energy was even more terrifying. The huge sword in the sky shattered, turning into countless small swords that continued to chase after Ling Xiao. Do you really think that my Yuehua school has no one? Get out of my way. Wu Xiang had been paying attention to Ling Xiao's situation. Sensing that Ling Xiao would not be able to dodge the next attack, he finally made his move. It was also a sword, but it drilled out from the ground, pitch black and full of demonic nature. This demonic sword easily suppressed Chun Nanqing's heaven sword. Good boy, this Yuehua school is really bold. He actually fought against the Sword King sect, the Gu King sect, the Poison King sect, and the Tang sect by himself. This can't be helped. It's normal to fight in the true devil forbidden area, but the three sects in the south are really shameless. They actually used this matter to cause trouble, and even forced others to hand over Ling Xiao in front of so many people. How could they do that? That's right. Even a clay figurine has a temper. Moreover, Yuehua school is clearly showing signs of rising under the leadership of the new sect leader. Sai, don't say any more. Even if Yuehua school rises, it's impossible for them to survive against the 4 sects of the 12 sects. I can only say that they're unlucky. Hee. I don't think the 4 sects really want to avenge their disciples. I'm afraid they're still eyeing the treasures in Ling Xiao's hands. Moreover, Yuehua school suddenly has such a genius. They definitely won't be willing to let him go. No matter what, they have to strangle this genius in the cradle. You've hit the nail on the head. Back then, the Holy Sun was also envied by many people. However, the Holy Sun was backed by the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty, so no one dared to provoke him. Now, Yuehua school doesn't have such a strong backing. To be honest, even I'm a little jealous. However, I still can't bring myself to snatch it directly. Although the other sects said all kinds of things, most of them were just watching the show. Some people actually wanted to secretly make a move against Ling Xiao, but they didn't do it as openly as the 3 sects in the south and the Sword King sect. As the saying goes, those who aren't envied are mediocre people. Ling Xiao was too eye-catching, and he became the target of the other sections. No sect wanted such a genius to suddenly appear in another sect. If they could kill him, they would definitely do it. The people of Yuehua school naturally knew this. Therefore, they definitely couldn't back down in today's battle. Otherwise, more people would think that they were easy to bully and cause trouble for them. Chapter 753. People of the 3 southern sects, listen up. Kill every single person from Yuehua school. This was an order from the Gu King sect, the Poison King sect, and the Tang sect. They were determined to completely destroy the Yuehua sect's hope here. Attack. Kill. Kill every single person from Yuehua school. Shouts and screams filled the air. There were many people from the 3 southern sects who came this time. There were more than 10 inner sect elders. Including the Sword King sect, there were close to 20 of them. On the other hand, there were only 4 or 5 inner sect elders from Yuehua school. Even with Wu Xiang's help, it was obvious that they were no match for the other party. At this moment, the people from the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect rushed out with a roar. It was obvious that they were determined to kill every single person from Yuehua school. After all, the most elite disciples of Yuehua school, as well as the most outstanding sect leaders and inner sect elders, were gathered here. If they were all killed, the Yuehua school would not be far from collapsing. People of Yuehua school, listen up. You can kill us, but you can't humiliate us. In today's battle, we will die whether we retreat or advance. Let's die standing, Wu Xiang roared. He released all the true essence in his body and blocked Chan Nanxing and the 3 sect leaders from the 3 southern sections. He was not at a disadvantage even though he was fighting against 4 people. His bravery gave the rest of the Yuehua school enough courage. I'm going all out. I'm going to kill them all today, Heavenly Master Golden Light roared. His body shone with a dazzling golden light that forced the people from the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect to stop moving for a moment. The blood-red gravel on the ground also turned golden. Heavenly Master Golden Light, take this. Ling Xiao looked around. He knew very well that if the Moon Lady did not make a move in time, Yuehua School would definitely be at a disadvantage in today's battle. This was the case in terms of numbers and overall strength. Therefore, he had to increase the strength of everyone in Yuehua School, especially the inner sect elders. And the best way to increase the strength of these people in a short period of time was to use weapons. Celestial Realm martial artists could already fully unleash the power of immortal grade artifacts, and Ling Xiao still had many immortal grade artifacts that he had yet to use. There was no problem in lending those things to the inner sect elders for the time being. Golden light flashed, and a saber appeared in Heavenly Lord Golden Light's hand. Wow, it's actually an immortal grade artifact. At first, Heavenly Master Golden Light was a little puzzled. What kind of good weapon could Ling Xiao give him? However, when he held the knife in his hand, he was overjoyed. With an immortal grade artifact, a heaven-tier martial artist of the same realm could fight 2, or even 3, without a problem. One had to know that the Sky Dragon continent was very big, and the total number of immortal grade treasures was not small. However, there were even more martial artists. As a result, the number of celestial grade artifacts distributed to each cultivator was very small. Most of the celestial realm martial artists only used precious grade artifacts. Moreover, they were precious grade artifacts that had not been strengthened by alchemy stones and various gems. Having an immortal grade artifact was simply a luxury. It was because of this that Heavenly Master Golden Light was unwilling to use a weapon. It was better not to use a weapon that was not suitable for him. However, it was different now. An immortal grade artifact could fully unleash the strength of a heaven-tier martial artist. Boom! The long saber shone brightly, and with a slash, it felt as if it was tearing the world apart. The terrifying saber light killed an inner sect elder of the 3 southern sects who had rushed over on the spot. This person deserved to be unlucky. He did not realize the power of the long saber and thought it was just an ordinary weapon. That was why he died so easily. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he was not a match, he would not have died so miserably. Ha ha ha, who else dares to come? With an immortal grade artifact in hand, Heavenly Master Golden Light was simply showing off his power. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, then shot out a few more rays of light to lend to Heavenly Master Heavenly Eye, Wang Han Tianzuan, and a few other inner sect elders. They were all immortal grade artifacts. Moreover, the weapons that he lent out were suitable for these elders to use. Once they got their hands on them, they could increase their combat strength. Is this kid the reincarnation of the 100 Treasure Immortal? How can he have so many immortal grade artifacts? Humph. He must have brought them out from the True Devil Forbidden area. This kid really took advantage of it. It really makes people jealous. It is very difficult for us heaven-tier martial artists to get an immortal grade artifact. How can this kid be so lucky? It really makes people jealous. Kill. Kill him, and these weapons will be ours. Seeing the weapons that Ling Xiao took out, the people of the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect were not afraid. Instead, they became crazier. It was true that wealth moved people's hearts. A mere immortal grade artifact could make them so crazy. If it was a divine grade artifact, wouldn't they go crazy? Although the people of the other sects were also jealous, they were also jealous. However, they still restrained themselves and did not make a move. After all, not everyone was so shameless. Of course, there was also another reason, which was that they wanted to see the result of this battle clearer. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight was easier than anything else. If they got involved now, they might be targeted by both sides. If they made a move later, the situation might not be the same. And you guys... Ling Xiao did not care about the jealous gazes of these people. He took out the precious grade artifacts as if they were free and distributed them to all the disciples of the Yuehua school. As long as you can survive, these things will be yours. Ling Xiao did not care about the precious grade artifacts, so it did not matter if he gave them away. Moreover, this was the best way to motivate the disciples of the Yuehua school to fight. Among these precious grade artifacts, there were not only weapons but also defensive treasures, which played a vital role in the survival of the disciples of the Yuehua school. If they could survive this battle, they would become the backbone and core of the Yuehua school in the future. In the battle of the four sects, the three southern sects and the Sword King sect had an absolute advantage. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao had equipped all the disciples of the Yuehua school with precious grade artifacts, which instantly closed the gap. Previously, they had been completely suppressed. Now, they only had a slight advantage. If they wanted to win, they might not be able to finish the battle even after 3 days and 3 nights. Little b*** starred. Killing you is the key. At some point, an inner sect elder of the Tang sect had arrived beside Ling Xiao. He finally realized that although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not very high, his role was very important. If he could capture and kill Ling Xiao, it would be a huge blow to the morale of the Yuehua school. A cold light flew out of his hand and went straight for Ling Xiao's throat. However, to his surprise, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging at all. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Ling Xiao would not hold back in a life-and-death battle. He would use all the means he could. The Tang sect elder felt that something was wrong. He was about to retreat when he suddenly realized that his hidden weapon had pierced through Ling Xiao's body. However, it did not have the desired effect. Chapter 754. The hidden weapon pierced the ground, causing a burst of red sand and dust. Insignificant skill. The Tang sect elder thought that Ling Xiao only had this trick up his sleeve. He was about to continue chasing when he suddenly found that he had lost control of his body. A huge nine-tailed fox appeared behind him, opened its mouth, and swallowed him in one gulp. What the hell? Everyone was shocked. The nine-tailed fox that suddenly appeared turned out to be a celestial realm evil beast. If it was a simple fight, even if it could defeat the Tang sect inner sect elder, it would not have been so easy. The key was that it was too sudden, so the person had no chance to dodge at all. He was bitten and died on the spot. Ling Xiao sneered. He had kept the nine-tailed fox as a trump card, waiting for a time like this. This guy actually bumped into the muzzle of the gun. He really deserved it. The nine-tailed fox seems to listen to the boy's command. How is that possible? Although sects like the Beast King Palace have the ability to control beasts, I have never heard of anyone who can control a beast stronger than himself. Could it be that the boy has also advanced to the celestial realm? That's not possible. Celestial realm warriors use celestial realm energy. His source energy is still true inner realm. This boy is really strange. How did he do it? Although everyone present was an expert, no one knew how Ling Xiao did it. The existence of the sealed land was only known by a few people, and these few people were basically dead or had left the sealed world, so it was a secret. In fact, the people who were most shocked were the people from the Yuehua school. The nine-tailed fox was clearly the one that Ming Tian had transformed into that day. Whether it was the strength or the battle market, it was exactly the same. Ling Xiao was actually able to control this terrifying fox. This was simply the means of an immortal. Many disciples were more and more afraid of Ling Xiao and admired him. Ling Xiao's position as the chief core disciple was finally completely stabilized today. Among the disciples, no one dared to go against him. Other than the flame deity, no one in the entire Yuehua school dared to treat him unfairly. Even the flame deity was only scheming behind the scenes. He wouldn't dare to deal with Ling Xiao directly. Such a genius, even if I die for him today, it will be worth it. Heavenly Empyrean, heavenly, I sighed. That's right. This person is definitely the key to the rise of Yuehua school and even the entire human race. Protecting him is the same as protecting the hope of the Yuehua school and the entire human race. Wang Han Tianzuan also nodded. We must protect Ling Xiao with our lives. We must not let the enemy succeed. Kill. Empyrean Golden Light was even more straightforward. Kill. 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 The Yuehua school's disciples were all shocked by this aura and started shouting one after another. They knew very well what it was like for a sect to have such an amazing genius. If Ling Xiao rose in the future, it would be like a man ascending to heaven. The entire Yuehua school would rise to a higher level along with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had only made one move, but he had increased the fighting spirit of the entire Yuehua school. Perhaps he was the only one who could do such a thing. Damn it, this is just the beginning, and we've already lost 2 Celestial Realm warriors. And in the end, it's all because of Ling Xiao. The people of the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect were all shocked. Their fighting spirit and morale had obviously dropped a lot, and they were a little confused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Yuehua school stepped up their attack and killed several of their opponents' disciples. Even 3 inner elders of the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect were killed in the chaos. The gap between the 2 sides was not big to begin with. Now that a few more people had died, the gap between the 2 sides narrowed even further. This made the onlookers feel a little strange. And the focus of all this was Ling Xiao. Without his celestial-grade precious artifacts and his sneak attack to kill an inner elder of the Tang sect, the situation would not have turned out this way. Hurry up and kill Ling Xiao. If we don't get rid of him, we'll be in even bigger trouble. But the elders can't do anything. Those guys from the Yuehua school have celestial-grade precious artifacts. They're too difficult to deal with. Even a little distraction can cause trouble. Send an inner elder to deal with the 9-tailed demon fox. Although Ling Xiao is powerful, there's no need to send an elder to deal with him. Core disciples of the 4 sects, listen up. Send half of them to deal with Ling Xiao. We must kill him. That's right. If we don't get rid of this kid, he'll definitely become our biggest enemy in the future. He may be even more difficult to deal with than Wu Xiang. Oh no. Just as they were talking, a huge ghost eye appeared behind Ling Xiao. This ghost eye had fused with the ghost lantern and became a noob ghost eye martial soul. Not only did it have all the abilities of the ghost eye, but it also had the special spiritual attack of the ghost lantern. Perhaps Ling Xiao alone wouldn't be able to do much damage to the elders of the 4 sections. But he didn't need to do that. The ghost eye opened, and a blood-red light shot out in all directions. The elders and disciples of the 4 sects were momentarily lost in the battle. The elders were naturally stronger, so this period of time only lasted for a moment. In fact, it was just the blink of an eye. But in a battle between experts, the blink of an eye was enough to change many things. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eyes, Wang Han Tianzuan, and the other inner elders of the Yuehua school seized this opportunity to attack. At this moment, they hated their parents for not giving birth to them with 2 more arms. It really wasn't enough to kill. One of them killed an inner elder of the 4 sections' 5 people. That was 5 people. Wu Xiang took the opportunity to kill the sect master of the Poison King sect. In addition, the 9-tailed fox ambushed and killed an inner elder of the Sword King sect. As a result, the 4 sects' advantage could be said to be non-existent. Including those who had been killed earlier, the number of people left was no longer enough to pose a real threat to the Yuehua school. The disciples of the 4 sects were even more miserable. When Ling Xiao's ghost eye shone on them, some of them screamed and died on the spot, while others went completely crazy and attacked their own people. More than half of them were killed or injured. Although the remaining disciples still had the advantage in numbers, they had completely lost their drive. Facing the high morale of the Yuehua school's disciples, they had no will to fight at all. This guy is going to become famous today. Feng Yaorao looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. She was glad that she didn't stay to fight against Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she would have died in a worse way. Senior Ing, I finally understand why you didn't let me take revenge. On the Beast King Palace's side, Shi Jiao was completely paralyzed on the ground. How could she fight against such a terrifying Ling Xiao? Ing Wuya didn't let her take revenge, but in reality, he was protecting her life. Ing Wuya also smiled bitterly. Until now, he was still a little doubtful that he was actually still alive after the battle with Ling Xiao. This was simply a miracle. The way he saw it, the present Ling Xiao was already a martial artist who was not on the same level as him. Chapter 755. After this battle, the news that Ling Xiao had killed several elders of the Sword King sect, Gu King sect, Poison King sect, and Tang sect, and even the sect master of the Poison King sect, would spread throughout the Heavenly Dragon continent. Even the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty could not do this, but Ling Xiao had done it. One had to know that before this, Ling Xiao was only slightly famous in the eastern and southern regions, and their surprise was far from over. Ling Xiao's abilities were not limited to this. Facing the many disciples and elders of the 4 sects, he suddenly grinned and took out all the array refining stones he had accumulated since he started learning the art of array refining from his storage ring. These array refining stones were integrated with terrifying arrays: Fire Snake Array, Plague Bone Dissolving Array, Thousand Beasts Blood Refining Array. After these array refining stones landed on the ground, they scattered and attacked the people of the 4 sects according to Ling Xiao's will. The current Fire Snake Array could pose a great threat to cultivators below the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. Even a half-step Heavenly Venerable would have a headache. The red fire snakes that covered the mountains were impossible to defend against. You could ignore its damage, but even if you were a Celestial Realm martial artist, if you did not care, you would still be injured. The last 2 were even more powerful than the Fire Snake Array. They were terrifying arrays that could pose a threat to Heaven Realm cultivators. The Plague Bone Dissolving Array released a terrible plague that spread among the crowd. The strange thing was that the plague seemed to have a soul. It specifically targeted the people of the 4 sects, but it did not cause any harm to the people of the Yuehua school. Moreover, this array was more troublesome. It could use the plague to constantly deplete the opponent's source energy. Whether one had true core energy or heaven core energy, they could not escape. The Thousand Beasts Blood Refining Array was even more ferocious. It could absorb a cultivator's blood chi and release terrifying beast souls to attack the enemy. The entire battlefield was a complete mess. The 4 sects went from a huge advantage to a huge disadvantage in an instant. You want to destroy my Yuehua school, right? Today, I will destroy your 4 sects. Although Ling Xiao was not a match for any of the Celestial Realm martial artists in a one-on-one fight, he was not a match for them. However, in a group battle, an existence like him was the most troublesome and the most terrifying. As long as he didn't die, then the 4 sects would definitely lose this battle. Ah! Miserable cries rang out one after another as the disciples and elders of the 4 sects died one after another. As time passed, the effects of the formation would become stronger and more terrifying. They could not see any hope. His only thought now was regret. He regretted offending a demon like Ling Xiao. This was simply a terrifying monster. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were dumbfounded. They didn't know how to express their feelings at this time. A sect leader sighed. This kid is really scary. If it was only his strength and cultivation that surpassed others, it would be fine. But he actually has so many combat skills that you can't even imagine. The art of refining formations is the most difficult thing to learn. How can it be so easy in his hands? Another person said, yes, if he really rises, I'm afraid that the position of the Holy Sun may be occupied by him. Humph, that depends on whether he can live until then. He killed the disciples of the 4 sects today. I'm afraid that he will become a target of public criticism in the future. Nonsense. Do you think that if he doesn't kill, others will let him go? As long as he destroys the 4 sects, he will kill all those who are not convinced. Among the crowd, there were many people with ruthless characters. Because they were all martial artists who licked blood on the blade, they knew very well what terrible consequences a woman's kindness would bring. What do you think the kid's strength has reached? It's hard to say. He hasn't really fought yet. He just used some unorthodox methods to fight, and he has already put the 4 sects in a desperate situation. What unorthodox methods? A method that can kill and deal with the enemy is a good method. His choice now is the smartest. Even Wu Xiang can barely deal with 3 or 4 people, but he can't change the situation. But this kid can. If he advances to the Celestial Realm, I'm afraid that he will be even more unstoppable. I heard that the top 3 of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty can compete with Celestial Realm martial artists. I wonder if it's true? It's true. We have seen the others, but I have seen Bai Qinjiao, who is ranked third. That woman killed a Celestial Realm martial artist in a one-on-one situation. Although she was only a Celestial Realm martial artist, she was still a Celestial Realm martial artist. Terrifying. It seems that Ling Xiao's cultivation is still not enough. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't hear these people's words, because at this time, he was wholeheartedly immersed in the battle. Although his array and soul attack couldn't directly kill the inner elders of the four sects, it could create an excellent opportunity for the people on his side to attack. The Tang sect master is also dead. Wu Xiang is too scary. Wu Xiang is scary, or rather, Ling Xiao is too sneaky. He suddenly attacked the Tang sect master with his soul power and created an excellent opportunity for Wu Xiang. Yes, this is a big game. The four sects joined forces and thought that they could destroy the Yuehua school, but in the end, they were beaten into such a sorry state. Senior brother Ling, watch out. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. It turned out that the Gu King sect master suddenly attacked Ling Xiao at the risk of being hit by Wu Xiang's sword, vowing to kill Ling Xiao on the battlefield. This attack was simply too terrifying and too swift and violent. Ling Xiao couldn't avoid it at all. At the critical moment, he channeled the last trace of heavenly origin energy in his body and instantly entered his 10th dragon form. A huge ghost eye appeared behind him, and at the same time, a huge black dragon appeared. First, it was the soul deterrence, which made the Gu King sect master stagnate for a moment and his strength decrease. After which, not only did he not retreat, he even fused this sliver of heavenly yuan energy into his strongest attack, 1,000 stormy waves of the raging sea. At the same time, he turned into 15 figures. 13 of them were sword soul doppelgangers. One was martial soul doppelganger. The last one was his real body. The 15 figures made the same attack, but only one of them was real. He believed that even the Gu King sect master couldn't tell in a short time. Damn it! A look of despair flashed in the Gu King sect master's eyes, and he suddenly unleashed all of his heavenly origin energy. Since he couldn't tell which one was real, he would destroy them all. The terrifying black hand directly penetrated the sky and slammed on the ground. The sword chi of the raging waves of 1,000 layers was instantly disintegrated. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The Gu King sect master was a celestial realm expert of the 10 Directions Heaven Realm who was close to the Grotto Heaven Realm. He was much stronger than a celestial realm expert of the One-Line Sky Realm. He couldn't resist at all. It was useless even if he entered the Archean Golden Dragon form. So he didn't do that. Chapter 756. Ling Xiao's 15 figures were completely destroyed by the giant hand in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Dead. Ling Xiao is finally dead. The Gu King sect master looked up to the sky and laughed. In his opinion, as long as he could kill Ling Xiao in today's battle, it would be the greatest victory. Just now, he desperately attacked Ling Xiao, but his body was pierced by Wu Xiang's sword. Now, he was basically a lamp without oil and was not far from death. But he felt that it was worth it to be able to see Ling Xiao die before he died. Is it really worth it to exchange the life of a Heaven Pulse Realm martial artist for a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist? Someone asked. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Ling Xiao's potential is too great. If he is allowed to live, I'm afraid that in the future, he will not only be a Celestial Realm martial artist, but may even become the second Wu Xiang. Maybe he will be stronger than Wu Xiang. That's true. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Logically speaking, those formation refining stones are controlled by Ling Xiao. If he dies, the effect of the formation refining stones will inevitably disappear. But look, those formations are still working. Yes. Is he not dead? Impossible. A 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist risked his life to launch an attack. If he couldn't even kill Ling Xiao, wouldn't that be too depressing? Look. As soon as this person finished speaking, the head of the Gu King sect master was cut off by a sword. The person holding the sword stood there with his long hair fluttering in the wind. He was mighty and terrifying like a demon from heaven. It's Ling Xiao. Is he really not dead? How is it possible? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The extremely depressed Gu King sect master let out a final roar. This guy was worthy of being a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist. His head was cut off, but he could still make a sound. However, that was all there was to it. Although he desperately wanted to attack Ling Xiao, he was powerless. Believe it or not, you're dead. Ling Xiao thrust out his sword again, and the last consciousness of the Gu King sect's sect master dissipated. Unfortunately, although the Gu King sect master was killed by Ling Xiao in the end, most of the damage came from Wu Xiang. Therefore, he tried to seal the Gu King sect master with the sealing card but failed. Otherwise, if he had such a guy as his sealed monster, it would be too powerful. After all, Ling Xiao had wasted a chance to be reborn in order to kill him. In the past, the Moon Lady had given him a crescent-shaped pendant. This item could protect him from 3 fatal attacks from martial artists below the Yin-Yang realm. Now, there were only 2 chances left. If it wasn't for this thing, he would really have fallen into the hands of this old man today. Therefore, he hated this old man to the bone. Even if he killed them, it wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. He directly used the Hellfire Crucible to refine the martial soul of the Gu King sect master, which further improved the level of his Mountain River martial soul. As the Mountain River martial soul improved, the Hell Dragon martial soul, the Demon Sword Master martial soul, and the Ghost Eye martial soul also improved at the same time. Although there were no visible changes on the surface, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his combat strength had improved again. Of course, he would definitely not give up on the Gu King sect master's storage ring. It was just that he was still in the middle of the battle, so he didn't have time to look at it. He just casually placed it in the Mountain River world, waiting for a chance to look at it in the future. There must be a lot of good things in the storage ring of a sect master. This kid is too terrifying. Even the Gu King sect master can't kill him? In this way, won't we never be able to defeat him? On the Sky Dragon Institute side, Army Breaker couldn't help muttering. This time, he didn't get a treasure, which made him very unhappy. However, Feng Yaorao got a treasure, so it wasn't bad. But Ling Xiao's rise once again made him unhappy in his heart. Yaorao, say something. If we don't get rid of this kid, our Sky Dragon Institute's limelight will be stolen by him. There's nothing I can do. Feng Yaorao smiled bitterly. Thinking of the scene she saw in the True Devil Forbidden Land, she still had lingering fears. At that time, if she couldn't hold back and made a move, she would have been accompanied by Ye Qinxue and Li Yudao. It can't be, right? You're scared? Army Breaker asked in astonishment. Feng Yaorao sighed. I'll say something you don't want to hear. In front of this Ling Xiao, we're not even farts. Did you know that Ye Qinxue and Li Yudao joined hands and were still killed by him? Originally, she didn't want to speak of this matter because she was afraid of Ling Xiao's revenge. However, Army Breaker wasn't an outsider, so she didn't care. Not to mention, the Sky Dragon Institute was recruiting talents from all over the world. She really wanted the Holy Sun to recruit Ling Xiao as well. This way, the Sky Dragon Institute's prestige and strength would be strengthened. What? Army Breaker shouted in shock hearing Feng Yaorao's words. Fortunately, the battle was still going on, so the scene was very chaotic. Otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of many people. How can this brat be so powerful? Doesn't that mean that even if we join hands, we won't be able to kill him? Then what about the mission given by the Holy Sun? Army Breaker frowned. Actually, you don't need to worry. There are many people who want to kill him. As long as there are people from the 4 sects alive, Ling Xiao will never have a day of peace unless he's so powerful that no one dares to provoke him. Feng Yaorao sighed. That's true. Although he still felt uncomfortable in his heart with Army Breaker's character, killing Ling Xiao with his own hands would show his ability. But now, he actually had to borrow someone else's hand. It was really unpleasant. But what can he do? He wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent, and neither was Feng Yaorao. Even if the 2 of them joined hands, they still wouldn't be able to kill him. He could only rely on others. Humph, it doesn't matter who kills him. As long as you're dead, I don't need to take the risk. With a cold snort, Army Breaker tried his best to find an excuse to ease the unhappiness in his heart. Because of the death of the Gu King sect, the situation of the battle changed dramatically. The 3 southern sects could be said to be a group of dragons without a leader and had completely lost the will to fight. Chun Nanqing of the Sword King sect was also suppressed by Wu Xiang. At this rate, the Yuehua sect would definitely emerge victorious in the end. However, at this moment, a deputy sect master of the Heavenly King sect stood up. A powerful aura rushed over. This guy was only a deputy sect master, but his strength was actually comparable to Wu Xiang. Everyone, the battle ends here. There's no need to continue. Hearing this, the hot-tempered Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light was furious. Old bastard of the Heavenly King sect, when we were at a disadvantage, I didn't see you intervene. Now that we're about to win, you want to be the peacemaker? Who do you think you are? He was not as strong as the other party, but he was really unhappy. This Heavenly King sect was clearly taking sides. If no one intervened, it would only be a matter of time before the Yuehua school wiped out the 4 sections. Not to mention Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light was unhappy. No one in the Yuehua school felt happy. Chapter 757. Hee. I heard that the 3 southern sects, the Sword King sect and the Sky King sect, are secretly very close. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. That's right. It must be true. Otherwise, the Heavenly King sect wouldn't have stood out at this time. Originally, the situation was already clear. Now that the Heavenly King sect has made their move, the Yuehua school can only stop fighting. Otherwise, they have no chance of winning against the Heavenly King sect. That's right. The Heavenly King sect sent 3 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists this time. If we include Qin Nanqing, it will be 4. Yuehua school can only listen to them. Although everyone knew that this was taking sides, they didn't intend to help. After all, not many people dared to interfere with the matters of the Heavenly King sect. Bastard, how dare you speak to our vice sect leader like that? The Heavenly King Gate's disciples had always had their eyes at the top of their heads. Seeing that Empyrean Golden Light actually did not give face to their deputy gate master at this time, they started cursing loudly. You're the bastard. How dare you speak to us inner sect elders like that? There were also people from Yuehua school who were not afraid of death. They went all out against the other party. Shut up. 2 voices sounded almost at the same time. One was the vice sect master of the Heavenly King sect, and the other was Wu Xiang. The battle had already come to a halt. In any case, the people from the 4 sects definitely didn't want to continue fighting. On the other hand, Yuehua school side was stopped by the Heavenly King sect's people, so they couldn't continue attacking. Wu Xiang looked at the vice sect leader of the Heavenly King sect and said, Are you sure you want to interfere in today's matter? That's right. The vice sect master of the Heavenly King sect said expressionlessly, Even if it means offending Yuehua school? Wu Xiang asked again. That's right. The vice sect leader of the Heavenly King sect nodded expressionlessly. Good. Since you want to get involved in this matter, we'll give you face. We can ignore the others, but Chun Nanqing must die. Qin Nanqing had tried to kill Ling Xiao time and time again. This time, he had even joined forces with the 3 sects in the south to kill everyone from the Yuehua school. As Wu Xiang, how could he let him off so easily? Impossible. The vice sect master of the Heavenly King sect shook his head and said, Qin Nanqing is the sect master of the Sword King sect and has always been on good terms with our Heavenly King sect. If we hand him over, how will our Heavenly King sect survive in the Sky Dragon continent in the future? Then what do you want? We've already given in. Don't go too far. Heavenly Exalted Golden Light roared. If it were up to him, he would not let a single enemy escape today. This was a battle of life and death. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao today, it was likely that everyone present would have died. To be merciful to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. He would not do such a stupid thing. So what if we bully you? The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction sneered. Your Yuehua school has been in the limelight enough. It's time to restrain yourself. Bastards! Sect leader, let's fight them. Heavenly Master Golden Light roared. Wu Xiang's face was gloomy. However, he still maintained a trace of rationality. If the Moon Maiden had not participated in the battle, they would not have had any chance of winning against the Heavenly King sect today. As the sect master, he had to consider the safety of the entire sect. This was completely different from when they faced the four-sect alliance previously. The Heavenly King faction alone was 10 times stronger than the four-sect alliance. Deputy Sect Leader, don't talk nonsense with them. Just kill this bunch of trash from the Yuehua school. They don't want to give face to us. An inner elder of the Heavenly King faction shouted. The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction only nodded slightly with a smile on his face. With a scream, a disciple of the Heavenly King faction was killed on the spot. Although Wu Xiang and the rest wanted to protect everyone, they could not do so. TSK, how pitiful. The Heavenly King faction is obviously going to stand up for Chen Nanqing. Stand up for him? I think they just want to reap the benefits. A bunch of shameless dogs. Shu, lower your voice. Don't let them hear you. The onlookers knew in their hearts that the Heavenly King faction was completely in the wrong in this matter. However, they had no choice. Who asked them to be so powerful? Even if they were in the wrong, they would still kill them. You're not convinced? Continue killing. I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, all of you from the Yuehua school can forget about leaving today. The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction had heard about the Holy Sun's encounter in the Yuehua school. It was precisely because he had heard about it that he was upset. The Yuehua school did not give the Heavenly King faction any face. In addition, the death of Yachinshue today had put him in a bad mood. Naturally, the Yuehua school became the target of his venting. I'd like to see how you're going to kill all of the people from the Yuehua school here. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A ball of moonlight fell from the sky. The Moon Lady finally made her move. She was originally only here to protect Ling Xiao. However, since the people from the Yuehua school were willing to fight to the death for Ling Xiao, she had a reason to protect them. You are? The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction's face turned ugly. Chen Nanqing's face was also extremely pale. He knew how terrifying the Moon Lady was. He believed that other than the leader of the Heavenly King faction and the Holy Emperor of the Holy Dynasty, no one else was a match for this woman. Why would this woman come to the true Devil Forbidden area? Unlucky. Who was the one who attacked the disciples of the Yuehua school? The Moon Lady ignored them and asked coldly. It was me. So what? An inner sect elder of the Heavenly King faction stood out. He was an elite who had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm. A life for a life. Die. Hold on. Even though the deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction tried his best to stop her, the Moon Lady was too powerful. With a light flick of her finger, a crescent-shaped air blade flew out and killed the elder of the Grotto Heaven realm. That was a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Among the 12 sects, other than the Heavenly King faction, the Aquamarine Divine Palace, and the Abstruse Fire sect, the rest of the sects only had 1 or 2 Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. He died just like that. You. How dare you kill him? The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction shouted in horror. He killed a disciple of the Yuehua school, so he deserved to die. You can get lost now, but Chen Nanqing must be left alive. The Moon Lady said calmly. The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction and the other elders looked at each other and finally said, Senior, you have to think carefully. Offending the Heavenly King faction won't end well. Why aren't you getting lost? The Moon Lady's eyes flashed coldly, and a terrifying aura spread out. Retreat. The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction looked terrible, but he could only run away with his tail between his legs. He knew that the sect leader wouldn't start a war with the Moon Lady over Chen Nanqing. Brother Sikong, you can't abandon me like this. Chen Nanqing panicked. Sai, please forgive me for being useless. The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction was named Sikong Xian. He was considered one of the best in the Grotto Heaven realm, but he couldn't resist the Moon Lady at all. He could only choose to leave. Otherwise, with the temperament of the Moon Lady, all the people of the Heavenly King faction would probably die. That wouldn't be worth it. Of course, when he left, Sikong Xian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The people of the Heavenly King faction wouldn't be defeated so easily. Chapter 758. TSK. No wonder the Yuehua school dares to go against the Heavenly King sect. They actually have such a powerful expert. Hee hee. It feels so good to see the Heavenly King sect suffer. That's right. Didn't you see how overbearing Sikong Xian was? He even said that the people from the Yuehua school shouldn't leave if they don't want to. In the end, they're the ones who ran away with their tails between their legs. It seems like the 12 sects are going to have a huge change in the future. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. Yeah, be careful not to get yourself involved. People from the Aquamarine Palace, prepare to head to the Holy City. People from the Abstruse Fire Sect, let's go. People from the Beast King Palace, let's head to Genesis and prepare for the Martial Arts Festival. Seeing that the people from the Heavenly King sect had left, the other sects also chose to leave. The Black Tornado had closed, and the preliminaries were over. Next was the finals of the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. Over there, one would be able to see even more geniuses than here. Only the people from the 3 southern sects, the Sword King sect, and the Yuehua school were left. What should we do with these people? The Moon Maiden glanced at Ling Xiao and asked, kill all the Celestial Realm cultivators and let the rest go. When fishing, they would also release the small fish. Moreover, many of the disciples from the 4 sects were held hostage by the higher-ups. Killing them was meaningless. If they weren't killed, they wouldn't be able to overturn the situation. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. Do it. With the intervention of the Moon Maiden, Wu Xiang, and the others, all the Celestial Realm cultivators from the 4 sects were killed in an instant. The spoils of war naturally went to the Yuehua school. Get lost. I'll spare your lives today. If you dare to cause trouble for the Yuehua school in the future, I'll kill you. Wu Xiang waved his hand coldly, and the disciples from the 4 sects fled in panic. They wouldn't dare to cause trouble for the Yuehua school again, even if they were given 100 guts. Some people even planned to leave their sections. After all, so many people had died. Even if they returned, they probably wouldn't be accepted by their sections. Of course, this was not something that Yuehua school's people were willing to care about. As long as these people did not target Yuehua school, they could do whatever they wanted. Next, we should head to the sacred city. Ling Xiao, Lan Yu'er, Dai Yuling, and Long Hao are all qualified to participate in the finals. After solving the problem of the 4 sects, Wu Xiang ordered the bodies of the Yuehua school disciples who had died in the battle to be collected and buried properly after returning to the sect. Next, they would head to the Holy City to participate in the finals of the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. On the way, Ling Xiao sorted out what he had obtained from the True Devil Forbidden Area. The Heaven Pulse Elixir, the mysterious art of Tianyuan, and the Fusion Stone were his biggest gains. As for the rest of the items, he handed them over to the Yuehua school. Of course, he also made a copy of the secret manuals and prepared to hand them over to the Divine Sword sect. He would be rewarded with corresponding spirit stones for everything he handed over. Coupled with the spirit stones he obtained from the True Devil Forbidden Area, he could now be considered a super rich person. He now had 20 million low-rank spirit stones. He also had 3 million mid-rank spirit stones. He even had 10,000 high-rank spirit stones. One had to know that 10 million low-rank spirit stones was the annual income of the Yuehua school. A country like Northern Han would not even have this much spirit stones in a year. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Ling Xiao's wealth was comparable to that of a country. With so many low-rank and mid-rank spirit stones, Ling Xiao had no shortage of spirit stones, whether it was to buy things or cultivate. After all, from the transcendent realm onwards, cultivation consumed spirit stones. For cultivators below the 7th layer of the transcendent realm, they would consume 1 low-rank spirit stone every 7 days. This was only for ordinary cultivators. But for Ling Xiao, his consumption of spirit stones was 10 times that of ordinary cultivators, which meant he would consume 10 low-rank spirit stones every 7 days. Once one reached the 7th layer of the transcendent realm, the effect of low-rank spirit stones would almost disappear and one would begin to consume mid-rank spirit stones. From the 7th layer of the transcendent realm to the half-step heavenly venerable realm, an ordinary cultivator would consume 1 mid-rank spirit stone every 7 days. But Ling Xiao's consumption was still 10 times that of others. It couldn't be helped. His cultivation broke through quickly and his true qi was abundant, so the amount of spirit stones he needed was naturally more. After reaching the Heaven Vein realm, an ordinary person would consume one mid-rank spirit stone every 3 days, but Ling Xiao's consumption was still 10 times that of others. In other words, he would need 10 mid-rank spirit stones every 3 days. On average, he would need more than 3 mid-rank spirit stones every day, which was close to 100 mid-rank spirit stones a month. In addition, refining spirit arrays and pills also required spirit stones, so the actual consumption was close to 200 mid-rank spirit stones a month. According to his previous spirit stone reserves, his mid-rank spirit stones would only be enough for him to cultivate for 1 or 2 years. But now, things were different. With 3 million mid-rank spirit stones, even if he cultivated like crazy, he would not be afraid. As for purchasing things, all the shops and auctions now could not use gold or silver and had to be purchased with spirit stones. Although 20 million low-rank spirit stones was not too much, if he encountered something he liked and wanted to buy, he would not be able to do so without this money. During the journey, Ling Xiao directly took a Heaven Vein pill. It was naturally better to use this thing early. The enemies he would encounter in the future would only become stronger and stronger, and the Moon Maiden and Wu Xiang would not be able to accompany him all the time. He could only rely on his own strength. From the True Demon Forbidden area to the Holy City, it was about a day's journey. With the Moon Maiden in charge, nothing should happen on the way. Ling Xiao could relax and cultivate on the Moonlight Treasure Ship. Inside the room, Ling Xiao not only swallowed the Heaven Vein pill, but also began to cultivate the mysterious art of heaven origin because the two complemented each other. He sat cross-legged on a praying mat with his hands on his knees and his eyes closed, surrounded by a dark golden flame. The strong wind outside the window whistled past, but it did not affect him at all. The mysterious art of heaven origin was a special cultivation method. It did not have a grade, and its only function was to condense heaven origin energy and promote martial artists to become stronger in the realm of Heaven Vein martial artist. However, it was still very difficult to cultivate, and the difficulty was even more difficult than Jade grade martial arts. The circulation of true essence was very complicated, and if one was not careful, one could walk into a dead end or even a fork in the road. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the Mountain River martial spirit, so after careful analysis and calculation, he finally completed the first perfect cycle. It was obvious that the Heaven Vein pill's medicinal power had been stimulated, and the embryonic form of the Heaven Vein began to slowly grow. It seemed that with every cycle, the trace of heaven origin energy would increase a little. However, this amount was too little, so little that it could be completely ignored. However, Ling Xiao was not discouraged. He was used to pursuing the improvement of his cultivation through hard work. This little thing was really nothing to him. On his forehead, the sweat had already begun to evaporate, and his hair was wet. His back and chest were full of sweat stains. However, Ling Xiao was unaware. He still closed his eyes and carefully urged the trace of heaven origin energy to circulate in his body. Huff! After an unknown amount of time, he let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes, obviously with a trace of fatigue. Chapter 759. The Moonlight Treasure Ship seemed to have slowed down, and soft sunlight shone in from outside the window. As expected of a treasure from the true devil forbidden grounds. It's so difficult to cultivate, but the effect is so amazing. I've only cultivated to the first level, and my veins of heaven have evolved to the growth stage. Interesting. Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was still very amazing. Ordinary people might not even be able to find the way to cultivate the mysterious art of heaven yuan in a day, but he had already cultivated to the first level, which was very rare. Have we reached the holy city? Ling Xiao pushed open the door and asked. Not yet, but from here forward, there will be a large number of terrifying flying beasts. You need to slow down. Continue your cultivation. Golden Light Heavenly Master sat outside Ling Xiao's door. He was guarding Ling Xiao. This scene made Ling Xiao feel a little touched. It seemed that he had really become the expectation of everyone in the Yuehua school. He must not let them down. No matter what, he had to get first place in this martial arts festival final. He returned to his room and couldn't help but smile. He thought that he had cultivated for a day, but he didn't expect it to only be half a day. It seemed that he still had time. He closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate according to the previous method. Everything was difficult at the beginning. As long as he found the right way, his cultivation would be successful. At the same time, because the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival final was getting closer and closer, the entire Tianlong continent seemed to be surging with wind and clouds. In addition to the 12 sects and many small sects, even countless lone warriors were heading to the holy city. These lone warriors' cultivation was generally more powerful, and the weakest was a veins of heaven. There was no other way. Without the veins of heaven, there were many places on the Tianlong continent where there was no way to survive. Although the holy city was very big, the space was limited. In order to better spectate the battle, the limit for foreign warriors was to be a veins of heaven. Not only that, but you also have to rush here early. If you're late, you won't be able to enter. Unless you're a relative of the holy dynasty, you won't be able to enter if you exceed the capacity of the holy city. Of course, sect disciples were an exception. This was especially true for the disciples of the 12 sects. According to the rules, a sect was allowed to bring a maximum of 100 spectators, and the participating disciples were not included. The Sacred Dynasty's Martial Arts Festival was held once every few years. It was a grand occasion for the entire Sky Dragon continent. Anyone with the ability would not want to miss this opportunity. Moreover, the news of the preliminaries had already spread throughout the entire Sky Dragon continent. Almost every warrior knew that the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival was the strongest martial arts festival that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. If he missed it, he might not be able to see it again in his lifetime. After all, there were really not many martial artists who could live to 10,000 years old. When the entire Sky Dragon continent was excited about the Martial Arts Festival, all the sects were preparing for the finals. This year's Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival had countless geniuses. Although many people were eliminated in the preliminaries, it was still the most prosperous event in 10,000 years. It was rumored that the person who ranked first in the Martial Arts Festival would become the chosen one and receive the full support of the entire Sky Dragon continent. The next 6 would become the new 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty and would be bestowed with the honor of being the chosen one's bodyguard. They would accompany the chosen one to embark on the journey of the chosen one's voyage. Naturally, there were also many benefits. Of course, the rewards were not just that. It was rumored that when the human king chose the Sacred Dynasty as the capital of the Sacred Dynasty, he cast the 9 cauldrons to stabilize the destiny. Luck was not something that was deliberately mystifying, but something that truly existed. Destiny could affect a person's future, it could affect a sect's future. Although the Sacred Dynasty was now in decline, it was still able to stand tall because of the 9 cauldrons to stabilize the destiny. Now that the destiny was constantly leaking, whoever could obtain a higher ranking in the Martial Arts Festival would be able to obtain more of the leaked destiny. This luck sounded mysterious, but it was better than any spirit pill or elixir. With destiny, you would have good luck. Whether it was fighting, adventuring, alchemy, cultivation, etc., it would all go very smoothly. The more destiny one had, the more obvious it would be. It was because of this that the various sects, as well as these young geniuses, were crazily fighting for a good ranking. It was said that the one with the strongest destiny was the 9 cauldrons. This was something that only the human king of the past had achieved. In the later generations of martial artists, the one with the strongest destiny was Holy Emperor Ji-Wu, who did not lose to the true Devil Emperor. His destiny was only the 8 cauldrons. To put it more simply, with the 9 cauldrons destiny, the success rate of doing anything was more than 90%. Although it was possible to fail, the probability of failure would be greatly reduced. The less destiny, the lower the success rate. Some people did not have any destiny at all, and were even plagued by bad luck. Not only would they not succeed, but they would also be unlucky everywhere. Most people had destiny, but most people had less than 1 cauldron. Ling Zhao's destiny was higher than most people, around 2 cauldrons. However, this destiny began after he obtained the Mountain River martial spirit. In the past, he only had bad luck. If he wanted to achieve greater success, he had to obtain a better ranking in the Martial Arts Festival. He was not the only one who thought so, others also thought so. Blue Water Divine Palace. In the depths of a jade-like lake, there was a palace hidden among the corals. Under the heavy water pressure, the palace still stood tall and looked very sturdy. Near the palace, in the pitch-black lake, there was a ferocious giant whale. Once someone came close, they would be mercilessly swallowed by it. Inside the palace master of the Blue Water Divine Palace sat on a throne and looked at the two people below the stage. She was a noble woman, as if she was looking down on the entire world. Bai Qianjiao, Hongli. Although many disciples of the Blue Water Divine Palace are participating in the martial arts festival, the only ones who can compete for the title of Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters are you two. Bai Qianjiao, you're the chief core disciple of the Jadewater Divinity Palace and ranked 3rd in the last competition. You've seized quite a bit of karmic luck for our Jadewater Divinity Palace, but 3rd place isn't enough. This time, I want you to defeat the Chosen. Below the stage stood a girl in white and a girl in red. Both of them were elegant and refined. One could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary people. Bai Qianjiao was naturally the girl in white. She bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Palace Master, don't worry. I'll definitely defeat the Holy Sun in the Martial Dao Festival and take 1st place. I'll increase the karmic luck of the Cloudwater Divine Palace, the Storm Legion, and the entire Oceanic clan." Well said. Tens of thousands of years ago, the true Devil Emperor rashly attacked the Saint Dynasty. It was because the Saint Dynasty's fate chi was not yet exhausted that caused all his previous efforts to go to waste. This time, we cannot repeat the same mistake, so we must try our best to seize the fate chi. The noble woman nodded slowly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.